power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Everybody's tired, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it, I'm getting free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경 꺼보다 같이 free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경 꺼보다 같이. Girl, 나는 bossy. I'ma be alright, don't you know? 나는 가비야. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경 꺼보다 같이.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. I mean, you guys saw it. This is the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region, and your guides for that journey is me, Nikhil C. Bansali, and joining me is Neeraj Necro Sangle. He bringing to you the Pakistan and Afghanistan Qualifier to semifinals. Everything on the line. This is the last chance for this region to push it through.
Exactly. I mean, see, I gotta say that I really like the energy that you're showing in here, man. I can feel it. I can feel it. You're quite excited, without a doubt. But yeah, this is the second chance for teams like Team Explode and I mean, Arrow. Sorry, my bad. I mean, the name is pretty much ringing in my head all the time. Whenever I take the Pakistan region kind of name here, but yeah, I mean, Arrow and Team Explode is your chance to redeem. So, what do you think? So, are you going to be seeing some new tricks out their books, or are you just going to be seeing that classic old exploit?
I mean, if you're talking about Exploit Storm first, definitely something that we didn't get to see in Qualifier 1 is the return of HSB. Unfortunately, during Qualifier 1, he was unavailable. He was in a foreign country playing a tournament. I think we all know about it.
Yeah.
But the point is, he was not able to play in the VCC Qualifiers 1. But now he's back. And he's back with a bang. This is going to be very exciting. He's one of the players that I personally have witnessed over the past few months in Pakistan just evolve. So I'm excited to watch it.
Exactly. I mean, of course, without a doubt, we're excited to watch it, but let's take a look at what they're really fighting for here. Of course, the prize pool coming in, and also a chance to represent your country on the international stages. But yeah, let's take a look at the prize pool. $33,000. First place, without a doubt, is going to be getting the most one. And then the second, and then the third is pretty much going to be descending down. But yeah, getting back to the convo that we're having. Now, HSB, he also brings quite a lot of variety inside the team. So what do you think? So, like, what kind of changes you can see? Because he has been playing SOA and KO recently.
Yeah, so he is the initiator player in general, so I expect him to carry that over. But as we are talking about, this journey is slowly coming up to an end. We finished off the July month. We're right now in the Pakistan Afghanistan Qualifier 2, and within this week itself, we will finish off our regional qualifiers with the India qualifier. After that, we'll have the wild card, which will be the first international test for all of the teams that made it to the finals but couldn't make it beyond that. One last chance for them to then get into the main event, the thing that everyone wants, the event where the actual money is on the line. The VCC playoffs are just a couple weeks away, Nekru.
Exactly, just a couple weeks away, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I mean, getting back to the convo that we're having now. Again, I had the same question for you. Is that okay? Let's take a look at the tournament explanation first. I mean, 2 slots from India, 2 slots from Pakistan Afghanistan. This is second qualifier going on. The first one has already been done, and Salt was the one who pretty much qualified for the playoffs. But Bangladesh won. Then you have Sri Lanka, Maldives won. Then you have teams like, I mean, teams coming in from Nepal as well. Zamaru, who actually qualified for the playoffs as well, and that wild card will be 1 slot in. So that means the teams that weren't really able to get inside, or that weren't really able to qualify in the finals, that will be going or thrown to the wildcard region, which is fine. And in wildcard, I mean, as the name says, wild, it's going to be pretty much wild in the wildcard regions. But yeah, getting back to the convo that we're having, CA. HSB. Now, in the last time, as you did mention, wasn't really playing for the last exploit, so we were seeing a little bit of more uncomfortable exploit being played from their side, but I really do want to force the fact that now he's back in the squad. And what do you think? So, like, what kind of varieties is he going to be bringing? Because I'm pretty sure he has a lot of impact in the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about the agents, right? He carries a strong voice into the
Yeah.
team, and that sort of voice is very important when the team is in these bad situations. But if you talk about Asians itself, we're gonna get to see a KO very likely today, and I'm very excited about that because he does play the KO on the map of Split, and usually KO is played usually on Split, Bind,
Yeah.
and Breeze. Sometimes on Icebox if you're expecting the heavy post plant
Yeah.
combination from your opponents, but those are the maps he's strongest at. Don't get me wrong, he's kind of broken. He can be played on any map, but those maps he is slightly at a higher level at. So you can see HSB really picking it up, and I think because of his FPS background, especially, this agent fits directly into his wheelhouse. But talking about the matchups today, Necro, it's going to be Exploit versus the Perfectionist first.
Exactly. Exploit versus the Perfectionist first, and then second is going to be Arrow versus Max D. Now, I mean, both these are one of the best matchups that you can pretty much ask for. But yeah, on the other hand, Team Perfectionist, in the last time, they weren't really seen in the qualifiers once, so I don't really know what Team Perfectionists do have in their backpack. But what I expect them to do is teams that, I mean, maps that Team Exploit is really insecure on is, of course, one of them is going to be the map of Heaven. Now,
Yep.
I expect them to ban Heaven pretty much. That's what I mean. I expect them to do. But on the other hand, what do you expect? I feel like a team like Team Perfectionist should actually go ahead and ban Split. What do you think about that?
Yeah, exactly. So
Mm.
in the quarterfinals, both of these teams were banning out Haven, and therefore the Haven ban makes a lot of sense for the side
Yeah,
of either team, you know. But I expect it will be Exploit carrying it through because they do have that more comfort advantage against Perfectionists, and they likely will end up banning out Haven, which brings a big question mark to Team Perfectionists. What do you ban? Where do you look at? And Split being
yeah,
such a strong map, which we saw even Salt Esports ban
yeah,
earlier, like
yeah,
it's such an important ban to take out, especially with
yeah,
HSB playing KO. But we just saw our predictions online, and I noticed that the chat agrees with the audience agrees with Team Exploit. All three of us casters, which is Fixes, you and me, think it's Team Exploit. But Johnny going for the 2-1 on Perfectionist, he's going the dark horse way. I find that really interesting.
yeah. It definitely is going interesting. And now, Matt Widows
Whoa.
verse really going to be deciding the fight. And take a look at that. Oh no, comfort ban coming in from the side of Team Perfectionist. I don't really like to see this because now this is where Exploit really shines on the map of Split, and I'm pretty sure there's a massive chance that they might just outshine the lads of Team Perfectionist. On the other hand, Bind as well, I don't really find that map being uncomfortable for the lads of Team Exploit. And on the third map, Ascent, we do know they're really awesome on the map of Ascent because in the past they did play against them, and on the map of Ascent is where they won against Salt. So I'm expecting them to actually pull things back on Ascent as well. So I feel like if you take a look at this side of Team Exploit, they look pretty good.
Yeah, they're very happy with the veto. This is when, like, you know, you go into a compy game and you want to insta-lock, and you're scared your team will end up insta-locking 5 duelists, but they actually insta-lock a proper composition. You're like,
Yeah, yeah,
huh, wait, okay, that worked out. And XY is just like, okay, thank you for this split. We'll happily play you on Bind, which they almost beat Salt Esports on. And then the
yeah.
Ascent to just stop it off, where HSB can play Sova, he can play KO. I'm sure he can play Sky as well. So this guy has got everything in the bag, and it feels like with the Veto, Exploit should have this in the bag. But the real question again remains, what has Perfectionist got planned? Because if you're banning out Breeze, you have got to have a plan for Split, and if you don't, well, it's going to be very scary because the number of interactions KO has for composition denial on Breeze, on Split is nutty. Like the ability for you to deny Sage late walls, the ability for you to deny, like, for example, a KJ trying to set up a proper lockdown if she's playing retake. All of these are, of course, more nuanced. I'm sure the audience knows the basic ones where you can just use it for info. But if HSB is able to bring out these nuanced interactions, well, it doesn't feel like Perfectionists will get a say in how map 1 goes, at least.
Yeah, exactly. You're expecting some kind of like a wild card being pulled out from these lads and just
Yeah.
completely surprises on the map of Split. But again, I mean, we do know they're really good. Team Exploit is really good when it comes to playing that Split initially. And on the other hand, you also forget about mention one thing that KO also denies that showstopper coming
Okay,
from
hold on.
Raze. And this might just be absolutely massive. But let's take a look at that. Oh. So on the map of Split, we already do see from the side of Team Exploit. I mean, Reyna is already there. Raze also. Alan is going to be the man who is actually suiting up to Raze. And as I did mention, if a KO is being seen here, we might just
No.
no.
So HSB insta-locked Reyna. All right, he's feeling himself. not gonna show us the KO, which is a little sad. I won't lie. I didn't want to see the KO, but that's okay because I know HSV can pop off, and on the Reyna, he's certainly looking to do that. I think this is simply the idea that, hey, you know what? The other team is likely prepared for KO, so we're just gonna go back to our fundamentals. We know we are stronger as a team, so we can just pull out a basic bare bones composition. This is that double Sentinel Sage KJ, known for its strength on the defensive side, but since they're starting on the attacking side, all eyes will be on HSB because that Reyna has to create the space for the team to enter. Not only is she the duelist, but she's also in some way the initiator, which pairs in perfectly with HSB as a player because he is that initiator player for his team. So now he gets to play the initiating role, but not on an initiator. And because of that, he has a lot of self-agency. He has the ability to just pop the hell off.
Exactly, it definitely does have the ability to actually pop off as well. But now, taking a look at another kind of Asian pick we did see here. Now, Team Perfectionist on that controller kind of side, they like to rely on Omen. If we talk about Omen Asian in general, he has a lot of burden on his shoulder. Also, he has to make some individual plays happen, but also at the same time, he needs to support his team. So I don't really know if Perfectionist is going to be able to handle Omen, especially against a team like Team Exploit, and especially if Team Exploit is really looking great on the map of Split. So I don't really know. Playing Omen was a great choice here, but maybe they might just have a little bit of surprising card coming out because Smiley, I hope he is one of the best out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be very interesting watching this team just go up against each other because both of them definitely two of the best. But we won't have to wait anymore. We're going to get started. It's going to be, as we talked about, Team Exploit on the side of the attack. And the mid wall coming down for the stage in defense. Normally, not the greatest, but in the pistol, it is the ideal round. So I want to see if they switch it up later. For now, mid control, A main control, and garage control in the hands of Exploit. They can go wherever they please.
They don't really have that aim in control, but okay, now they definitely do have the wins control, that's for sure. That was a great shot coming out from HSB, completely denying the defenders on inside the receivers. Now, but we do have, look at King here. We do have King kind of sneaking up all the way towards the heaven side. This might just be absolutely insane. He's got himself the entire ramp control. He also does have the heaven control for himself. This is absolutely insane. Now look at this. Scooter moving side to side slowly, steadily. Now we do have Kid Hacks just hiding in there. He manages to dink hell out, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be healing himself back up to full HP. King, though, he's going to be holding the vents area. On the other hand, HSB again over aggressing onto the side of screens there, but it doesn't matter. I wouldn't really call that over aggression if that really does work out on your side. Oh no, that could have been an ace, but unfortunately he got taken out by HSN. But hey, we do have a man like Slorax to kind of try things out.
Yeah, absolutely. The first round picked up by the side of Team Exploit, and HSV starting us off in triumphant fashion. Tap, tap, 2 headshots for him, and then a Quadra picked up with the last 2. Barely missed his ace, but that's okay. At this point, because of that 4K, he's already got a Phantom online. And I have to remind our audience, like this composition, in fact, both compositions, because in the Jet Rays, even more so on the side of Perfectionist, way better on the defense than it is the attack. So they need the early rounds so they can get that Jet operator. But without these early rounds, it's really going to make them suffer. For now, though, they're going to go on an eco, try to salvage as much as possible, do some damage. But Exploit not letting them do so. Soulmate already picked up a double, and now on the Wentz, Nate straight out. The Sage flushed out. Shooter will take him down. He'll find another. This is likely going to be a flawless. Because look at this. Alan has nowhere to go. He has no HP.
All Alan can do is probably try and back
Oh,
off,
boy.
but it doesn't matter. Well, Shooter, that's a great shot coming in from his side. He did know Alan is down low. I mean, pretty much this is what you expect, right? Especially if you do win that pistol round, you expect the team to actually dominate completely in through. But in the past, we have seen some filters being pulled, but this time is definitely not going to be the case, especially in the map of Split. And we do know Team Exploit is really great. They do outshine Team Perfectionist without a doubt. Up until now, they have been outshining them, but we still don't really know what's going to be happening in the bye round, because this is the round where they need to prove themselves, because this is the round which can actually decide the fate, which can actually decide the momentum for both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is a pure bonus from the side of Exploit, but HSB has still got himself a Phantom, so he's going to be someone to watch out for. Now, I really like this. A B-Heaven Wolf will, despite mid-control being taken by the side of Storax and HSB, they can't actually make their moves. Heshen still goes for a peek, but will get denied and now has to back off. So Garage Control maintained the turret to make sure that no one is peeking out will allow them to go for a slow walk-in. Instead, they're getting HSB to cause a fake towards the A side. Perfectly makes a lot of noise with the water in the sewers. Now backs up, gonna use his team's garage position to likely execute this B side.
Till now, I mean, we have seen all the attackers kind of heavily peeling onto the B side. You're reducing finally an execution happening, but oh no, overexposing himself. Shooter did not expect that wall actually either. Unfortunately stepped on it, but it doesn't really matter if you have a man like HSB just solo fragging his way inside, making some way for his teammates as well, and also getting the spike planted. It's a 2-on-3 situation going on. Team Perfectionists really do seem kind of shaky here. Something needs to be pulled off. They actually do want this round in their hands. Smiley on the CT side, paid hacks on the other side. Oh no, did not really see Slorax on the back lines there. Now Smiley has a lot of burden on his shoulder. I feel like saving is probably going to be the main choice. But no, he doesn't really have enough time to do that as well. He was kind of caught off guard there. Wow.
Look guys, I know it's only 3 rounds over, but the devastating effect on the economy, especially when you look at the composition, I feel like the map is over at this point, because you have to have a miracle to pull back the leverage that the side of Exploit have right now. You're playing not only the Sage KJ, the difference in these compositions being, of course, the Brim Omen, where the Brim is slightly better on the defensive hub because of his longer smokes and his utility. That isn't as much of a difference as compared to the Jet versus Reyna. The Reyna gives you something to work towards in the attacking side that the Jet does not. So right now, Perfectionist, even though it's an eco, they need to find some damage at the very least, but Shooter just too good. Alan's still able to get a kill while his death is going on. Managed to trade out, but Shooter and King have haven't control, and they will push them through. Paid hacks, he'll find one dash away, but he's likely going to get traded out, and with that, the side taken, the spike will be planted, and Shooter left to clean up Sami here.
Spike planted.
I also do like how you mentioned Shooter's left to clean up Sami here, but it doesn't matter, you know, King will probably just steal that opportunity away from him. But yeah, again, I don't really know what to say there. I mean, they were kind of forced on an eco, so I expect them pretty much team exploit. He just walked in, and this is what Shooter did. He took down the first 3 men in the heaven side. Payhax tried his best to fight back. I feel like up till now, Payhax is the only man who's kind of stepping himself up. On the other hand, his entire team does seem kind of, I mean, Payhax and HSN are only the lads who are kind of stepping themselves up. Alan, though, if we talk about this man's stats in the quarterfinals, he has been the man who's kind of really good on the side of Perfectionist, but somewhere down line up till now, he hasn't really woken up. Maybe a little bit more rounds given away for him, and then maybe he can wake up.
Look at this, the operator coming up huge though, went for the aggressive mid peak, knew that the control is always taken with Storax and his duel is able to find one, and King getting shut down on his lurk too. It looks like Perfectionists have got a lot more comfortable now and are pushing back strong. 3v5 on the map right now, mid control is there with the attackers, but it has come at a price, so all the defenders really need to do is make sure they back up. Look at this fake jump is huge. Storax predicts it though. The entire point of that fake jump is you make them think you've just jumped off this block right here on heaven, but Storax predicting it. Find one soulmate with another Shooter distracting them, and even though Sami finds one, it's an instant trade from 5v3 to 2v2 Necro, and with an operator, retake is going to be very difficult.
As you did mention, with an operator, retakes without a doubt also going to be difficult, and now this lockdown being used, it's going to be more difficult. Look at this. Oh no, he needs to connect a no scope, but he wasn't really able to. Shooter now, for now, looks pretty safe, but that paranoia is going to be hitting him hard, and he is finally, I mean, working together, getting themselves those kills. And as I did mention, Paid Hacks does seem he's kind of stepping himself up there, and he probably does, getting himself a 3K in that round, and that's probably the main reason why they won. Now, over here, up till now, analyzing what exactly is happening, it does really seem like they're relying heavily on those individual plays, which is not really good.
Yeah, absolutely, but even in this round, I feel like a bit of a mistake from Shooter at the end. I think he got into a bit of a double mine situation, but he's like, wait, I need to protect the lockdown, which is not at all necessary. The plant itself wasn't closed, like that spot is wall bangable, so if he chased down Paid Hacks there and took out the operator player, he would have the backside, like defender side spawn, connector control all to himself, and could have played mind games with the remaining player and Smiley. Like he could come from stairs and take him down, he could come back from defender side spawn connector itself and take him down, and not chasing down the operator meant that he instead tried to defend the lockdown. He paid the price, but instead they're gonna push it. And Phoenix with a collateral, that's huge. The showstopper coming out though. Alan able to take out one, and with that, Perfectionists are fighting back strong right here.
Yeah, they definitely are. It seems like they finally warmed up. The Beasts have woken themselves up, and Payhacks, what a great shot. That collateral completely just blowing their lungs out of their bodies. But look at this now. Slorax is the last man alive. He's trying to work around slowly, steadily. I'm pretty sure that jump spot did spot him out there. As you said, does know Slorax is right in the front lines, and unfortunately wasn't really able to get anything done. Again, Payhacks with that 3K and Alan with that 2K. I mean, those duelists are finally showing a lot of work here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, Exploit have got to be really careful. They need to pay the respect to the opposition jet player in paid hacks. They need to understand that in this composition that Perfectionist is running, the jet will always be in a roaming operator role. She's never going to hold the same position like more than 2 rounds in a row. Maybe consecutive rounds she does, but even that is unlikely. Like you can see last round she was in the A side, now shifting on to B, so they need to make sure they don't dry peek any angle. It's just not worth it, because then you give paid hacks a player like this confidence, you are going to pay the price in the future. This time all 5 players stacked towards the A side. They're trying to hard force through all of this Sage utility. They're gonna leave themselves exposed, but Shooter doesn't actually get taken down. Instead, Smiley going down to Soulmate and Shooter finding HSN. The side is suddenly open. A key mistake there from Smiley. He needed to take out Shooter when he was walking.
As I did mention, that's a little bit of a mistake and a little bit of stumbling move from his side, but maybe he can probably try and readjust himself in the next round. It's a 3-on-5 situation for now. Those 2 players do have ultimate in their hands. Alan as well has his showstopper ready on the other hand. Planestormer as well is kind of available for the jet. Sashin's out to clear the corner. Till now, he probably does have a confirmed info that there's no one in that corner. Finally, Showstopper being utilized, but did not expect HSB to peek out just like that. Look at the confidence being shown from a man like HSB, and this is what you expect. Again, oh my god, that's a great shot coming out from HSB. Paid hacks will be shut down, and Soulmate is there to clean up the last man alive. Zombie also falling apart.
Alan be like, here comes the party. HSB be like, welcome to Mexico, lad. This is how we party. Instant 1 tap. Just takes him out, and HSB right now, that without that kill, that round could have easily gone in favor of Perfectionists, because they even had the lockdown to push through on the retake, because Paydax got that opening kill with the operator, and if that Showstopper had actually been able to take out the player on site or HSB, then the lockdown could have come through and they could have pushed together as a unit to find the retake, but it doesn't happen. Instead, the round picked up for Exploit, and these teams playing at such a fast pace, Necro. Look at this already. Sami going for an aggressive peek, gets punished, Shooter takes him out, and the execute is on for the side of Exploit. They spot out HSN's head, they try to take him out, and they certainly will. Hacks his head spot too, and he's in an impossible position. It was the eco for Perfectionist, but it certainly wasn't a perfect eco.
Now, see, this is what I call a casual stroll on a summer's day. Oh my god, what was that? As you did mention, Team Explode is just being really aggressive. It seems like up till now they probably have done their homework, and they do seem pretty confident the way entire team of Team Perfectionist is trying to play here. But still, I mean, Team Explode, as long as the aggression works, hey, you might as well try and do it, you know? As soon as you find out it's not really working, that's the time to switch the pace up. But until now it's working, so they're probably going to be doing the same thing. They're probably going to be scratching the wounds even more, and this is where now Team Perfectionist needs to find themselves a new kind of start, a new kind of momentum.
They need to stop contesting these early angles unless and until it's the operator. Only the operator should be the player trying to look for early engagements, because the whole point of a Sage KJ is your defensive utility. Without that, it's certainly useless. But look at this, an aggressive lockdown popped up by Exploit. They're trying to take full control. For them, it's all about executes. They've got the Brimstone, the Killjoy, and the race for the post plant. So if they can get a plant down, the round just becomes so easy, and that's exactly what is going to happen. The side cleared up because of the lockdown. The plant going to come down real easy by King.
Did mention again, this is where the counter lockdown, we do see it happening. Oh no, that's a questionable move to actually wall it off. No, that's a little bit of questionable move coming out. Okay, didn't really wall the defender side completely, but still now, this is where the lockdown has finally been destroyed, so at least that's great for now. But look at that nade coming in, and HSN as well getting that resurrection back in, but it doesn't matter. Look at the fragging power being shown from his out of Shooter as well, and what is going on? Smiley still manages to come on top inside that fight. That's actually a little embarrassing for Shooter there. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be sparing himself after that one. Another
oh my god,
this might just be a little
it's not a point.
Oh no, it's not a point. Misses the Molotov as well. This means Smiley pretty much all he has to do is stick it. Oh no, a little bit more time left. Oh! With the nick of time, manages to cancel his Slorax. He doesn't realize how lucky he is.
talking about the nick of time, there's so much to appreciate from Exploit, because look at this, this is exactly what I'm talking about. They wait till the last moment to pop the orbital strike on the lockdown, and what this does is it gives a false sense of security to the defenders. They think the lockdown isn't going anywhere, so they actually push in, but in the last moment the lockdown goes down and they find themselves at the mercy of a crossfire. Now they play that really well to still dismantle the crossfire, get themselves onto site, but by then the damage was done. If the Molly lineup was correct, there was no chance, but it doesn't matter. Storax still secures it. Every bit of that play just galaxy brain by Storax, except the Molly, of course. That was a bit off, but look at this. The eco for Perfectionist paid hacks. I think he's got them on now.
He definitely does have it. Look at that. King already opening the fray up with 2 frags. What's going on? Stop bullying them like that. Oh no, we haven't seen so many dominations from so many teams, and we have seen a lot of one-sided games as well. It seems like up till now it's just going to be pretty much that, and this is where Exploit is like punishing them. They were like, okay, you guys wanted that comfort pick, okay, you guys can have the comfort pick, and this is where they are completely just stomping the lads of Team Perfectionist. It's a 2-on-4 situation. I don't really know if going for those tanks is a good thing, but up till now it's pretty much working out. HSN has found himself that one frag. Now he needs to convert that into a kill, but was not really able to. Missed a lot of shots, but Sammy though with a 2K for himself. But HSP is there to save his team and to save the day. But what? Gotta give props to Sammy after that one.
Yeah, Sammy and Playhacks playing really well to pick up a double each on the Sheriff itself, and normally you'd say it's decent damage done, but at 8-2 the eco is blooming for Exploit, and no damage is worth it. So right now Perfectionist in a very sticky position because they can't even get the operator back on paid hacks. If he does, it will be either with light shields or with just pure glass cannon, like no utilities, and what that will mean is that he won't actually be able to influence on retake. So as you can see, not gonna opt for the operator, instead gonna just go on to a phantom, and because of that, like the value of the jet going down round by round, right now she's just a Reyna without flashes. The utility is useless. She's not able to play the operator that she's known for, and continuously the executes are coming in. HSN doesn't die, but the showstopper still lands a bit of damage done. Allen able to find one, Sami with another, but the trade comes through for Storax. Still positive trades for Perfectionist. The boombot revealing Exploit's position. They're gonna have to be very careful here. King, he finds one, but the instant trades is Storax to even it up for Exploit finally.
Exactly. Now it's it's a 2-on-1 situation. It's all down to Slorax now. Has a lot of burden, but hey, not anymore because Allen's gonna be the one sealing the deal here. Another round in the hands of Team Perfectionist. As you did mention how important that round was and how desperately they needed it. They finally got it as well. Now this should give them a little bit of safety cushion for their economy.
Yeah, absolutely. Like at this point, for Perfectionist, every round is so valuable. Every round brings you closer to a comfortable base to possibly pull back that comeback in the second half. But you know, like they know it's gonna get harder for them. They know they're gonna have to rely on the executes, and against the Brimstone KJ Sage combination, it's gonna be so difficult. Everywhere you go, you're gonna have mollies and nades thrown into your face. So they're gonna have to be very smart with how they play this because they need this fourth round, this last round on their defensive half. Now the lockdown popped by the attackers. They're trying to push in. The nade does a decent bit of damage and delays Exploit, but they will still be able to take control and they'll catch Sammy off guard. Will pick him out as he tries to get out, and with that, a 4v5 situation, the plant easy peasy going down.
Exactly, as you did mention, the plant should be pretty much easy to actually go down as well. On the other hand, you have a man like Ed to stand all the way in the back lines. Oh, now Reyna being forced out from that close angle she was holding with that great swamp grenade placement coming out. Look at this turret. She's feeling so much info. Orbital strikes him down as well to make sure no one's actually pushing inside in that orbital strike. Well, not really a lot of value being able to find out, but hey, at least bought them some time to make sure that no one's really pushing onto that rafters. Finally, we do see Team Exploit again breaking down, and they are pretty much just well stomping the lads of Perfectionist. Nothing much can be said, but King. Wow, it seems like King, today's his day. Without a doubt, he's making some King plays happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Exploit just dominating, and Sami shouldn't be that late on the rotate, and if you don't want to be that late, you rather just opt to stay on site in an angle where your teammates can cover you from heaven and become a bait of sorts, like maybe behind those triple wooden boxes near the pillar you can hide and get detained and like act as a bait for your teammates. But doing neither, again, caught in that double mind area where he's like, wait, should I do this or should I do that? And in that moment, they just punish him hard. They take him out. Without that killjoy, the retake becomes so difficult because you don't actually have as much utility on the rest of your team. Like the nade had already been used early. And with that, Exploit Storm securing a 6-round lead. Now onto the defensive side. You can see how strong their defaults are. The Sage will wall off one area and play full anchor. This allows for a triple stack onto mid. But still, Paytax, the dink's coming through. He'll find the kill with the help of Alan. And with that, the race taken out. That's a ton of utility down the table. They'll be able to take mid control for themselves.
Exactly, and take a look at that. They also do have man advantage such early in the game, and oh, now this is absolutely massive. They can actually pan out pretty massive if Team Perfectionist is able to convert this frag into a good side for themselves. Look at this now. Paytax kind of holding down the side. I feel like he's going to be the man lurking around as soon as Smiley and his teammates do find an entry up to ramps. Pretty much that's what their game plan is going to be looking like. Look at King as well, holding an off angle. I'm pretty sure no one's going to be expecting him to be there in that corner. And look at this, Ellen. Oh no, chose his back onto the ramps and will have to pay the price for it. King though, missing a lot of shots, whiffing a lot of shots onto his opponent. This is where Smiley will pretty much try to redeem himself and get the trades happening left and right. The entry is already being found, Smokes being out as well to block any kind of vision from the heaven side. Smiley though trying to fight back from this corner, not really able to get the second one, but it's fine as long as the trades are happening back and forth and evenly. But on the other hand, now, as I did mention, from the start, Team Exploit has always been in that man disadvantage, and I really do want to see how they're going to be converting things. And finally, Paytax strikes in from the back lines into those red side. And look at this now. Well, unfortunately, wasn't really able to seal the deal onto Slorax there. Now it's all down to this one last man alive. And look at that turret doing so much damage, and we do know how important a turret is in those pistol rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that turret effectively becomes the 6th man on the pistol rounds. But like in this particular round, there is no reason when you have a triple stack in that mid side for you to actually contest the peaks. I understand if you want to jiggle for information, but other than that, like it should always be shooter prioritizing his utility first and his shooting second. I get he's called shooter, guys. I know he prefers shooting, but with the composition they're playing and the composition, more importantly, the attackers are playing, they don't really have a flash to enter except the paranoia. So as long as you're able to trade out the paranoia for some utility, you just instantly win because they have to dry peek you. But look at this, still HSB going for the dry peek, finds one kill, but the instant trade, the trade not worth it for the defenders because now HSB is gone and they aren't able to recover a weapon. You can see though, the stage was a stage battle on the A side. King just waiting for someone to like maybe boost over the wall and catch them off guard, but Perfectionists maintaining the same style. Mid control is the name of the game. Once they actually truly get that, then they will think about rotations.
As you did mention, I mean, King is the man kind of holding that as a sage battle on the A long side. Look at this, Nate being locked in from the side of shooter as well. But I also do have a question for you, is that what do you really do think of? Okay, hold on. Well, HSN is going to be pretty much taking the both lads out. That means the A side is pretty much clear. And yes, they have found themselves an entry as well. It's a 2-on-4 situation. But yeah, I mean, it pretty much does seem like it's going to be Team Perfectionist getting this round because they also do have the gun. They also do have the man advantage. We do know their gun power is pretty much on point. So, yeah, getting back to the question that I had for you, what do you really think about Bucky after that nerf? Because you clearly saw there was a point-blank shot on his body with that right click and still, I mean, wasn't really able to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, I really don't like the Bucky, to be honest. Like, I prefer you just buy a sheriff, or if you really want a shotgun, then like a shorty is even better. Like it's way cheaper, way more efficient. So just go for the shorty and like heavy shields maybe, because that way if you get a kill with the shorty, you could just pick up a better gun and move on. But like Bucky is just worthless. You have to play a shorty angle with the Bucky and left click. Left click is the only good part of the Bucky because right click just got nerfed out of existence. Like you have to get it point blank on their head, and even that is like ridiculously difficult. So, whatever. At this point, though, they are still able to pick up the round for the side of Perfectionist. So I think they'll be happy in general. And I have to talk about this. Like, you notice when King goes down, they have mid control. They have mid info at least. Exploit. They have garage control because Soulmate has pushed in on the B side. There's no reason for King to hold that aggressive angle. He needs to back up, play anchor. Because always on the defense, you want a control on one side, info on another, and an anchor on the third. That way, you have control over all aspects of gameplay. Because if they push into the area, you have control, you can contest. If they push into the area, you have info, you can either back up or contest. And when you're anchoring, you're always just trying to stall. But without that, King just dies, opens up a spot, and Perfectionist just using that to perfection. Having said that, it was the eco for Exploit. So now with the rifles coming through, let's see what they can get done. They're playing much more defensive, which I do appreciate, but it does mean that a lot of mid control were being taken by Team Perfectionist.
Exactly, and I also do notice one thing is that Team Perfectionist, they do heavily rely on that mid control all the time. On the other hand, if you talk about a team like Team Exploit, they rely heavily on that entire like main controls, right? Which is fine, but I still feel like getting a mid control and in kind of mag probably does play a massive role here. That's why I do kind of like Team Perfectionist approach inside the game. But if you're talking about individual plays, I mean, Team Exploit are just really good when it comes to that mechanical skill. And take a look at this. This is what I was exactly talking about. Slorax just easily getting those 2 kills for himself. Pretty much 2 big men out of the game now. Alan steps right into Shooter's crosshair, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be converting that into a kill. And King as well following it up. Etchison tried his best. Gotta say, Etchison has been playing up to the mark up till now.
Yeah, definitely. HSN definitely trying his best, but with that, the round going over to Exploit, they get double digits and they secure a stable eco for themselves. It's not the end of the road for Perfectionists just yet. It was a more or less of a bonus for them, so they are still able to afford the buys in this next round. But as you mentioned, like they heavily rely on that mid control, and then more importantly, the picks they get off of that mid control to find the rotations, and they can't keep relying on that. They need to switch up their strategy, and it's the biggest downfall of this composition. When you want to switch up the strategy, you don't really have many options because you don't have the Reyna, you don't really have the general initiator like a breach to set yourself up. So without those agents, or without even a Viper, for example, for the info denial, it becomes so difficult. You have to rely on the picks, and when that happens, it feels like Exploit are getting what they want in return. So now Exploit, you can see they've switched up their defaults again, that 3-stack on mid, but this time with the Killjoy playing heavy A anchor and the Brimstone doing the same on the B side. They got a lot of info towards that A. So Shooter has now rotated, and HSB is just playing on the edge of the Wen. So the minute an execute comes in, they will be ready to pounce.
Yeah, they definitely will be ready to bounce, but now it does really seem like they're heavily relying on that A main control. They already do have found themselves that Ram and A main control. All they need to do is now find that side entrance with that state. It's going to be definitely buying them a lot of time to walk inside the site. Smoke's being out as well. That means he doesn't really have any more visual info. Another nade from the side of Shooter. This might just be absolutely great for Paid Hacks. Yep, he got forced outside. This means now he has to ramp control for himself, and he's pretty much going to be taking him out of the game. This is where he also gets to heal himself, and it's a great orbital strike to kind of buy themselves a little bit more time to kind of help that retake happen.
Molly.
But look at what's happening. Alan and Sammy just single-handedly dominating the entire team of Team Exploit. And somewhere down the line, we do know Team Exploit is looking really weak. Their coordination doesn't really seem on point, especially on the defending side. It does seem like they're heavily relying on their aim game. But Alan, though, well, he got himself a 3K, and I'm pretty sure his teammates should pretty much seal the deal, because King, he has been a man who's been feeling himself throughout this game, and yes, he pretty much will be taken out, though. Unfortunately, Etchison is the man who comes out on top in that battle. But yeah, as I did mention, on the defending side, it does seem like Exploit is heavily relying on their aim game.
Yeah, definitely. And Alan comes up huge in that aim fight. The fact that he's able to hold on to the Rams push for so long, despite his teammate going down, despite his position being known by both HSB and Shooter, both of them end up going down in that area. And suddenly, like where there was a man advantage for Exploit, it turns into a round win for Perfectionist. 6-10 now, the eco broken for Exploit. So a chance for Perfectionist to build onto this momentum and keep pushing aggressively. They're going to switch up their defaults, so leaving the Killjoy this time on the A look. Usually she's marking Garage and playing on that B look, but both of the Killjoys on that look, 1v1 towards the A side, will mean it's now up to HSN to make some moves happen and take mid control. The slow to set himself up, but I don't think he realizes that HSB is playing this mailroom cubby, and you can see right there, like King baiting for HSB. This mailroom cubby position could be devastating.
Definitely can be devastating. I personally, I do really like that position myself because usually attackers don't really tend to check that once they find that okay, it's not really being utilized, and this is what Exploit is doing now. They do realize they have been forced on an eco, so they want to make sure they're at
Oh my
least
God.
getting maximum value out of things. And it seems like Slorax is going to be the one to actually get a lot of value out of it. But what a way to sneak inside Pinhacks. Gotta say, gotta give him the props. But look at that, Judge finally making it work. Oh no, that's a disgusting weapon. Gotta say that I really do hate Judge. I mean, I do like it when I'm using it myself, but I hate it when the opponents are using it for themselves because yeah, you can pretty much guess what kind of person I am. But here we have a fake TP being taken from his side, at least to fake that maybe they do have to ramp control as well. Smiley with that smoke to kind of show them that fake kind of impersonation inside that, oh, that smoke is there to support them. But that's a great nade to deny any kind of spike plans. It's just down to that one last man alive now. I don't really know how they managed to actually pull this Thrifty off, even with an eco. I mean, wow, this, gotta say, props.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it started off with brilliance from Storax to pick up the first blood with his Sheriff, but even that got traded out, so it came back to what we were talking about, which was that mailroom cubby position, with that Sage continuously firing off shots and creating the bait that she was playing B Heaven alone, like she usually does. It ended up baiting the players for HSB, who's happy to play that mailroom cubby and just take them down. With that, they get a gun for themselves, and they're able to easily push through, deny the plant shooter with a really nice nade to do that, making sure the time runs out, and Smiley had no options. Now with the Thrifty picked up, the eco in a very bad position for Perfectionist is down to this Blaze Storm, and Paid Hacks is on point with it, but doesn't wait for the smokes to come through. Does mean that he just gets instantly taken down. Like,
Yeah.
really needed a B Heaven smoke there from the Omen.
Yeah, the team synchronization definitely does seem like it's kind of lacking here on this not a team Perfectionist, and this is what Team Exploit is completely exploiting over and over again, and this is what their name is as well, right? They exploit.
Yeah.
They exploit enemies' weaknesses, and this is how they work around, and I do feel like that's probably one of the greatest approach any of the big teams can probably ask for themselves. Look at that frag coming in from King. Oh my god, stop it. I do know your name is King, but that doesn't really mean that you own the place, but until now he's doing that, and he's successfully doing it again! What's going on, King?
I mean, at this point, Exploit just showing how comfortable they are on this map. 12-6, looking for the win with this next round, and this is what I mean, like, if not the Omen smoke, then maybe wait for your Sage to come through, but usually HSN is taking mid control, so the Sage was never going to come. I feel like that Omen smoke just compulsory at that point for them to take control on that B side, especially after Paid Hacks has already got a kill. So with that, they come back to just Spectres on this buy, and an impossible situation. The showstopper coming out aggressively towards the A side. Shooter clears it out, but over here it's a B side execute. Paydax is able to get one, and now the Omen TP right on top of the Heaven area. He's not checked the Storax. Look above you because the Omen from the shadows has got in. The showstopper from Alan coming out now. Nobody's checking in this angle, but Alan will fire it. He's like, well, my time was running out. I had to fire it somewhere. Gets value for it in the name of Storax, and oh my god, if Storax had just checked right above him, that round could have been very different.
That round definitely could have been very different. So I've got to say that they were heavily relying on Storax's approach inside the game on that retake, but unfortunately Storax got cut off with that beautiful showstopper. Look at the Sammy getting spammed out, but unfortunately he hasn't really been able to kind of dish out any amount of damage on Sammy. He's looking great, but it doesn't matter. So, I mean, well, this man is just going to be pretty much deleting him out the game, which also Smiley's trying to fight back in that moment. Alan going to be stepping himself on, but unfortunately, again, that was a great teleport coming out from Smiley, pretty much sealing the deal on Soulmate, and that's going to be it for Team Exploit. Another round in the hands of Team Perfectionist, but I feel like they've already given away way too many rounds to the lads of Team Exploit. So Perfectionist, maybe a comeback seems pretty tough.
Yeah, absolutely. A comeback is definitely very tough right now, but it is still possible. So let's see if they can pull
Yeah.
off another round, they will be able to break the eco of exploit and get themselves into a stable position. They still don't have the proper weaponry. The two phantoms they have on light shields and a couple of specters added in, so they're gonna have to make them work perfectly, and they do exactly that. Alan, knowing that someone always speaks on one main, either A main or B main, ready with his aim lined up, takes down his counterpart, raised in shooter, and will find that first opening for his team. Now they've left that Omen on the lurk in Smiley, so I think the idea always going to be to go for the full rotate, but once they've caused these rotations to come through, once they've caused Soulmate to get into a very bad position, then you can expect the rotate from Perfectionists.
As you did mention, three lads were kind of stacking up on the B side there, and finally they have backed up on Heaven now. Well, actually, all the way towards mid. They also got to realize that Perfectionist is heavily relying on that B main control all the time, so maybe working around and trying to secure the B side would probably be the best thing you can do. But look at that, they're going for a flank. Oh, is this going to be panning out good? Because we also do see the Omen in the oh no, Seaver's area. That's a cheeky angle. You absolutely disgusting man, Smiley. Just kind of staying in their back, you know, kind of holding the lurk lines, kind of holding the back lines of his teams, which is quite great. Sammy, props should be given the way he actually played it out in the back lines. No one expected him to be there all the way back in the Seaver lines. This also brings such a massive anonymous factor in the game. Now Sammy finally moves out of his position, and this is where we expect a man like SSB to actually shine in. And this is what happens. And look at that team exploit. They just flip the tables in their favor instantly out of nowhere. It's a 2v2 kind of going on now. But look at that. Resurrection's inbound. This pretty much will be trying to even things out, but it doesn't matter. Soulmate steps himself up in that previous round, and well, hey, I mean, pretty much an expected win for the lads of Team Exploit. We do know how strong they are on the map to split, and this is pretty much what they showcased.
Yeah, but that last round was so weird. It was a 5v3 position for Perfectionists. They were in prime position to close it off, but they wait too long. They need to push in aggressively somewhere so Smiley can get activated. His position is known, so if you push in on the other side of the map, his position will always be a nuisance to the defending team. They're like, wait, should we contest here or should we contest Smiley? But that doesn't happen. Instead, they wait for the last moment and they end up falling prey to that orbital strike. It buys so much time, and with Storax picking up the double kill before that to actually get it online, he played that anchor role beautifully, just holding on for dear life and making sure that his team wasn't under pressure. Because of that double kill that he caused, HSB was able to take the peak against Smiley and take him out, and suddenly, like, a round that was going for Perfection is just collapsing out of thin air, disappearing into the hands of Exploit, and they pick up the win because of their.
Exactly, as you did mention, what a dominant performance coming out from their side. But now, again, look, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, CA, but I really feel like if you have a Sky in the team as well, especially on the map of Split, especially if you do it, if you're going head-to-head against team pretty much, you know, Team Exploit. So you got to know that they have to be one of the most well-known teams out there in the Pakistan region. I feel like maybe a Sky coming in could have you know, changed a lot of things. What do you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that Sky could have been a key influence for them, but it comes back to the discussion. When you have the Sky on Split, you need double controller. There's just nowhere else to play around that. Like, then if you're not playing double controller, then why don't you have the breach? But I feel like it's exactly that. You need some sort of initiator to help make your presence known, especially with the player like Paid Hacks on their team who's willing to be aggressive, who's willing to take those opening engagements. I feel like an initiator would really suit Perfectionist. Like, maybe substitute out the second duelist for an initiator, or substitute out the KJ even. Like, I know I love the KJ personally, but it doesn't feel like this team is made to play defensively. I feel like this team is at its best aggressive in their aggressive nature, always taking the fights and winning them, and thus boosting their confidence and morale as a whole.
Yeah, and we also expected kind of HSB to actually play their, you know, Sova or KO. I mean, especially you can't really play, Sova on the map of Split. We all do know that. But he instantly kind of threw a curveball on us. We did not expect him to actually play that right now. So what do you think about that? I mean, of course, he had a lot of impact in the game, but what do you think? So how things could have changed if he actually opted out to play that KO?
I think the idea was always that we were not expecting Perfectionists to play very much on their utility, and that's where the KO is strongest, right? To deny utility, to suppress the enemy agents and get value for your team. He's like, you know what? These guys are gonna play on their aim. Let me show them how it's done. Picks up the radar. He's like, oh, you want an aim to aim battle, lads? Let's go. Headshot after headshot, heal after heal, just displaying
Oh
his
boy.
dominance, and it's scary, because now when like suppose they go on to the finals, the team they face have to think, wait, is this guy gonna play KO? Is this guy gonna play Reina? What we know for sure is this guy is gonna slap.
As you did mention, this guy's definitely going to be slapping it. That's what he did throughout the game as well. But again, I mean, KO, I feel like I was really excited to see actually KO
Yeah.
in the battle. Unfortunately, we didn't really see that. We saw Reina coming in. But from what you said, it really does kind of reflect an image about a team like Team Perfectionist that they definitely do lack a lot of confidence. But I'll also, at the same time, they do lack a lot of experience as well, which
Yeah.
is fine. There's a lot of rookie teams out there. There's a lot of new teams out there who are trying to gain that experience. And this is what really gets you set up right.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the VCC is the perfect
Yeah.
platform for all these regions really to get a boost, and we've heard that from I feel like every single
Yeah.
winning team in general, explaining how in you can see a lot more teams coming up because
Yeah.
of the Valorant Conquerors Championship. So while not that great a performance from Perfectionists, they still made it to the top four, and I'm still excited to see them on their own map pick because this wasn't their map pick. So going on to Bind, maybe we can expect a little more from them. We can because we've seen the talent in these players, especially Paid Hacks and HSN. They performed remarkably on this map. So going on to the next, I'm excited to see what different things they can bring to the table, and more importantly, if they can stabilize their gameplay a little bit. Because when Paid Hacks was on the operator, he was performing really well, but because of the rapid rounds lost by the team in general, the operator wasn't really a win condition that could have come through. You can see
Yeah.
5 first bloods to his name. I think 4 of those were in the defensive half.
Yeah, exactly. 4 of them, without a doubt, they have to be in the defensive half. As you did mention, Panax was doing pretty good when it comes to those operator play, but I feel like Ellen, though, it was a little late when Alan actually woke up in the game. I feel like Alan woke up in the game quite late and he started making those individual plays happening. But again, this also brings us back to the convo that we're having, right? Relying heavily on those individual plays, relying heavily on your duelist to clear out the path, which is not really great, right? And this also brings one more thing into notice is that you do not really see a lot of utilities being used, as you also mentioned. And Killjoy as well. I feel like there could be a lot of scenarios where Killjoy could be played differently.
Yeah, 100%. Like, for Perfectionists, especially on the defense, I felt like Sami was over-peaking an angle too many.
Yeah.
He needed to play the anchor, and even the times where he was playing the anchor, I felt like his team wasn't giving the KJ the space, because a lot of times when we saw him play the anchor, they had a triple stack on mid, and that's not necessary at all. If you want a triple stack mid, then play the KJ on A side, where she can play the solo and just anchor down all the way from screens or even elbow on site and get a lot of value and stalling potential with her utility. It felt like they never actually were able to use that kit to perfection. But honestly, the same could be said about Soulmate. The only
Yeah.
reason I give Soulmate the benefit of the doubt is because they won, and it doesn't really matter. And at the end of the day, I felt like they were matching their Perfectionist playstyle more than really showing their own. So we'll see. Maybe in Bind something does switch up, because this game was quick. Even though it was 13, like it was about more than 20 rounds, it went by like way quicker than like say a 13-3 or a 13-4.
Yeah, this game was definitely a quickie without a doubt. And but I mean, I gotta also point one more thing out. As you did mention, Soulmate also. I mean, I feel like in the start of the game, they were relying heavily on these utilities, but then later on, slowly, steadily,
Yeah,
they
it's a
knew
brawl.
that, okay, well, you're not really seeing a lot of utility usage being shown from the opposing team. So, you know what? We might as well also take things a little bit more light.
Yeah, it definitely turned into a brawl. And if you want to see more of that brawl, make sure you stick around, because the shots are going to go left, right, center on the heads. But hey, we'll take a small break. We'll be right back with map 2 of this series between Exploit Storm and Deep Perfectionist. Don't go anywhere.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on. The strength of metal.
Need your mark on. Need your mark on. Go. Need your mark on. Need your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is Sia, and joining me is Necro for this semi-final series in the Pakistan Afghanistan Qualifier 2 between Exploit Storm and the Cider Team Perfectionists. Now, map 1, we expected it, split going heavily in favor of Exploit Storm. So, going into bind, do you think we can carry bigger expectations from Perfectionist, Necro?
Um, I feel like Exploit is also pretty decent on the map of
Yeah.
Bind. Let's be honest. I mean, we have seen them in the past as well. They're quite great on the map of Bind. So we were having this convo off here as well. Like we were like, oh no, this is heavily the kind of map veto that was shown. This is heavily favorable for the lads of Team Exploit. But again, I mean, if you ask me one more exciting thing, what is going to be happy? We might see KO.
Maybe, but like given the nature of these two teams and the taps we've seen from both of them, I
Mhm.
feel like it might just end up being another brawl.
Yeah.
Like a double duelist. Hey, let's just all gunfight, deathmatch right now.
Yeah.
Just pop, 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 and well, okay, we'll see. I hope we get to see a lot more
Yeah.
tacticality. But like Bind is one of those maps which can easily turn into a brawl because of the limited areas you have to fight with either team pushing aggressively. You can see already for the side of Team Exploit, Shooter gonna shift on to the Jet and King locking in the race, which means all right, HSB gonna go back to his standard role, and it should be that double controller composition we've seen in the past from the side of Team Exploit. Storax likely to pick up a Brimstone to top it off.
Yeah, I mean, HSB pretty much going back to SOA now. It seems like this time they're taking things a little serious here. Team Exploit, I mean, they do have Viper, they do have a SOA. Storax, as you did mention, I'm expecting him to be at least like pick like Brimstone without a doubt, and that's what he played in the previous map as well. But yeah, I mean, I also wanted to point one more thing about Team Perfectionist is that maybe now this time, maybe not playing the Omen can be a little better. Okay, they still do go for that Omen, but also as I did mention in the past, playing Omen means a lot of responsibility on your shoulder. You need to make those individual plays happen, but at the same time, make sure you're supporting your team, which is quite risky. And on the other hand, now you finally do see HSN back on the SOA, Paydax on that Jet again, and then Allen back on that Reyna. I mean, double duelists we have been
Select
seen,
your
being
agent.
played in the Pakistan Afghanistan region without a doubt. But yeah, what else do you think about double duelists? I feel like without utilizing the double duelists, they could have gone for Sky, which is quite better. But again, they don't really rely heavily on those utility usage as well.
Yeah, and on that point, like I agree. Like this guy is objectively better for this team. I do think comfort is more important, and I can see
Yeah.
them showing that comfort not just in the double duelist, but the fact that Allen is now playing the Reyna instead of the Raze. While personally, I do think Raze is better on bind because of the recent nerfs. Reyna has come a lot closer, and because of Allen's performance on Reyna in the quarterfinals, I do think Reyna is way better pick for him as compared to Raze, where he's actually able to focus more on his engagements, his aim, and use the Reyna utility on Afterthought, where he's using it to get away or he's using it to reset his health. And that's way more easier to do and way more comfortable, I think, for a player like Allen as compared to playing with Raze, where you have to time your boombot perfectly, you need to line up your nade perfectly. We saw a couple of times where his showstopper even got denied. So none of these issues will be there with the Reyna. It's just about popping your Empress and laughing the other team out of existence.
Exactly. I mean, laughing the other team out of the existence. This is what you said, and I'm expecting pretty much the side of Team Exploit, pretty much to do that. But unfortunately, they don't really have that Reyna, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be laughing in person, in general. But yeah, Boombot out to make sure the bathroom zero is clear. But unfortunately, has he been spotted? I feel like I should have given away a little bit of clues off that Omen. That is staying outside the bathroom area. Now, take a look at the spike as well. It's leaning heavily towards the bathroom area. Maybe all they're trying to do here, Team Perfectionist, is maybe trying to create some fake kind of presence outside the B side and then instantly kind of back off towards A and completely change the course, completely change the tides in their favor. But here we have slowly, steadily Paydax moving in closer. And look at him, he's down such low HSB. Oh no, maybe you need to kind of step back a little bit and try and play this situation out a little slow. And yes, exactly as I just said, changing the tides. They have managed to kind of fake things out, but it doesn't really matter because it doesn't seem like King's going to be faking it out that easily. He's still holding on, still jump spotting the short area. We do see 3 lads sticking near A. Yep, finally the Reyna clears out. That's a great nade to deny kind of entry. And finally Alan falls down. Unfortunately, that's a big man falling down. You don't really want a man like Alan shutting down, but it doesn't matter. HSN and Paid Hacks are making it work. They're making a lot of work happen. And look at these now. Finally those swamp grenades as well to deny any kind of aggression coming out from Team Exploit. But Storax still manages to find one finally as well, aggressing all the way deep in, getting himself that 1 kill. Now the man advantage here is definitely looking great on the side of Team Perfectionist. But again, we also do want to see, hopefully Team Perfectionists don't just overcommit themselves and maybe just give away some easily frags. But hey, it doesn't matter. Paid Hacks is going to be the man to seal the deal.
Absolutely, a really nice round picked up, and I feel like a couple of mistakes from either team because the nade was perfect, but then no follow-up ready with the team. Like, they get caught off guard on Smiley's push from the showers, and because of that, Paid Hacks gets a free entry despite not having backup. And then with that, Storax just stuck in lamps. Even though he got a kill, there was no exit for him, and given how low tagged he was, Perfectionists pick up the round win. But with that itself, I feel like the minute HSB sees a couple players towards long, the read has to be that the push is coming towards A, because unless the players are aggressively pushing hookah while they're pushing long, you don't expect a team like Perfectionists to actually take B side, because that's what they did on Split as well. They take initial control, then they go for the rotations once they found a pick for themselves. Without that pick, Exploit really just had to maintain their angles and hold on, and weren't able to do that. Got caught out, and the round picked up for Perfectionists. Now 1-0 on the board. It is the eco for Exploit, and once again, HSB went for that initial jiggle, tried to get some info, but just gets stacked out really low. Now playing right under this hookah, looking for a right click.
It's definitely looking for a right click, but I gotta say, I mean, it seems like HSB in the map behind, it seems like his head is pretty much going to be sealed on low HP. That's great nade, but again, not really behind a lot of value out of it because the lad of Perfectionist denies that dashing in the right nick of time. Oh no, also reveals his position. That's a great shot from Paid Hacks. Pretty much just spamming inside. Well, easy entry inside the side. We did know Exploit was on an eco, so this most expected Team Perfectionist pretty much just strolling on these lands. It's all down to Shooter now. Yep, this is what he's going for. He's going for those exit frags, and he's not going to be peeking out anytime soon. So maybe, well, the lads off the Perfectionists will have to force him out of that position, but how are they going to be doing that? Look at Paid Hacks. Oh no, you're down low. You should not be pushing this, but he does. And well, I mean, the confidence is looking great for now.
Yeah, knows that the only angles a shooter could possibly hold was in hookah, that tiny angle, or on the right side of the cubby deeper into hookah, and he does slowly pixel peek because knows he can just wallbang through and step back, because shooter has to be on an eco. He has to be on a pistol, because of that, able to take him out with ease. 2-0 now on the board, and they didn't even lose too many weapons, so it will be a bonus coming through. HSN, the only player that has to stick to a ghost to make it happen. So a free round for the side of Perfectionists. Exploit, though, with the full investments, are going to have to be very careful about how they actually use their guns. You cannot lose one too many here, because they'll shut down any hope of that operator. But a heavy lamp switch coming in. Sorax going to get caught off guard. Does a bit of damage, and King able to wake one down.
God.
But Sorax does get traded out. Paydax now with lamp control, trying to push in, but King will find the second. Sami with the trades, and trades so far, even though it's 3v2, looking good for the side of Perfectionists.
Exactly, but Team Exploit, they've managed to kind of pull things off here. They do, I mean, Team Exploit is looking absolutely great for now because they do have the man advantage. At the same time, they have kind of denied that spike plan as well, so this should just buy them so much time and so much safety cushion in general. But HSN trying to fight back in the position that he has found himself. All he has is a ghost in the head. And now what is he going to be able to pull off here? I mean, a little bit of shots being rattled from his side. And this is where, I mean, Perfectionists are looking to pull it off, but it just is down quite low. I don't really know if this is going to be possible because Team Exploit, they're pretty much going to be exploiting that thing. And yes, they do. Shooter, shoulder peeking all the time. He made sure, even if he does see that ghost in the opponent's head, now it seems like Team Exploit is taking their opponents a little serious.
Yeah, the minute he hears the arrow flying through the air, though, he's like, alright, I'm gonna peek him, catch him out in his animation where the gun comes back and win the round. But 3 weapons lost for Exploit. It was definitely a very expensive round. So I guess a win-win for both of the teams, where Exploit definitely happy they pick up the round. But you can see the damage done right now. 2 light shields and a Spectre on Storax. So it does mean that a slight weapons advantage towards the side of Perfectionist, but it's very slight because they themselves have 3 light shields on their players. So it's going to be up to which team actually navigates it perfectly. And a surprising ace-shot push with 2 duelists in a Brim. No flashes whatsoever, just walking in, willing to take the engagements. They get rewarded in that high risk, high reward play. They pick up the first blood.
Now, the all teaming squad is looking here for that. All they want to do is deny that hookah entrance. Because we do know, if you do want to kind of have that B-side control, you want to make sure you do have that hookah presence being shown, and hookah being contested. But up till now, I mean, teaming squad is doing quite a great job kind of denying that hookah control. Look at King as well, moving inside. That's a great shot from Skull, moves back in cover. Again, decides to strike in, but Sammy, though, a little too quick on his reaction. Gonna be feeling the deal on him. Oh no, unfortunately, King got... Oh, this is gonna be a little sad there for King. He got taken out by Shock Dart. He didn't really have anywhere to go. Unfortunately, all he could do is pretty much just sit in there and take that damage from that Shock Dart. But again, side control has been present there. All they need to do now is get the plant down as well. HSN is down low, but he still manages to take one out.
Oh!
What? Oh my
The
god,
volley lineup.
Thorax. Oh boy.
The Molly lineup perfect from the Halls area and defender side spawn, and with that, alright, saw a mini discord in there for a second, but with that, Sorax able to push in and trade off Shooter as well, win the round for his team and make sure that they equalize the scoreline and hurt the economy of Perfectionists in the process. I think Perfectionists should still be able to force if they want to, but an eco would be the smarter choice, and that's exactly what they go for, just picking up a couple sheriffs. Ghost even on Allen, and Paid Hack's gonna rely on his Bladestorm to make things work. The advantage for Exploit, and they're gonna try to use that by now, once again, changing up how they function with their duelists. So always the playmaking squad is this double duelist stack with Storax, and then they play the heavy anchor setup or with the Sova and Viper. But even the anchors aren't defensive anchors, they're aggressive anchors, as you can see, willing to take the peak, which means there's room for exploitation, and Paid Hacks does exactly that. Again and again, HSB is looking for those initial peaks, and he's getting punished.
As you did mention, HSB isn't really able to show that much of dominance as Mitchie showed in the map of Split. In the map of... Oh my god, that's a filthy shot right there. Pretty much just cracking Allen's skull open. But still, that nade might just deal a little bit of damage on Smiley. Unfortunately, he wasn't really able to deal enough. Smiley tried to TP out, but Volkot did not in the right nick of time. This is where the recon's out from the Sova, but still a lot of damage has to be dealt onto Sammy. Look at this, man. He's down such low, but the Sova also has the Hunter's Fury available.
What?
I'm pretty sure it's not going to be popping that, but that shot definitely popped Shooter's head. And this is where Shooter's going to be a little disappointed in himself. This is where they also decide to kind of back off in the right nick of time. But do they know the Viper's ready? Sitting on the side for him, and yes, straight up just walks right in their trap. That smoke was there. Now all Soulmate has to do is take out the man who's down low. And Sami, well, he's down really low. I feel like at this point, maybe try and deal a little bit of damage there would probably be the main priority. But Florex, well, all he does is just spam him out the game.
Yeah, 3-2 lead now picked up for Exploit. It was the eco Perfectionist, and they did manage to do a little bit of damage. Really nice shots from HSN, especially to pick up the alarm skill right here. Like,
oh my god,
swings out and catches Shooter sleeping. With that, like, a decent bit of damage done, and it actually matters at this stage because it's 3-2. But even though the last 3 rounds have been won back-to-back by Exploit, you can see that Eco doesn't actually show signs of that. They don't have the money and the bank built up because the damage is continuously being done by Perfectionists. Having said that, the round lead's still in their hands, so Perfectionists gonna have to be very careful about how they navigate this, because now Exploit have changed up their defaults. They're gonna play the A anchor and take aggressive B control. Hooker control being taken, and now with HSB spotting out a couple players towards short, and with the Viper and Soulmate having to know that the Omid is there, HSB missing a couple of shock darts, but the rotations will come out. Sorax will come to support his buddies as the execute comes in, but HSB with the Hunter's Fury catches one, and the prediction on that, the counter Hunter's Fury is going to come through though, and the trade from HSN finds a tag on Sorax with the lost as well. Now they're prepping the orbital strike. It's a trade of ultimates back and forth, but Perfectionists, they have the advantage.
Perfectionists, they definitely do have the advantage, but I also did like that Oh my god, counters on Fury coming in. I mean, the orbital strike was pretty much expected. They did realize the Brimstone has the ultimate, maybe not going for a plan instantly and make things out a little bit. Would be good. Showstoppers out. King's managed to find one. This is where Shooter would also be following it up, and now King as well. Well, getting another one on his back, and it's all about it. I just said, what is going on? King, oh my god, today this man is feeling himself. He is popping in at this point. I mean, gotta say, this man's aim is cracked.
Yeah, definitely. King playing this round really well, but this is a funny interaction. Like first HSB with a really nice prediction on the updraft from Paid Hacks. It was a little late too, but still expecting that, able to pull up in time and take him out. But HSN instantly avenging his teammate and be like, hey, no, you ain't the hunter. I'll show you how it's done. Pulls out the hunter's fury and takes him out. But with that, like it felt like because of the fact that Exploit were on the defense, the fact that they were able to deny space to Perfectionists worked out in their favor, and the orbital strike especially coming up huge. What I really liked was that King didn't use the showstopper to deny the plant, so the communication was there with Sorak saying, hey, you know what, I'll deny the plant, you focus on clearing out lamps, and King did exactly that. But now a semi-buy from the side of Perfectionists, and they're pushing in hard and aggressive. They found one, but they do not have long, and they get punished. The long control from Sorax and Shooter paying off.
Oh man, Paydax
no.
as well. I mean, finally things are being traded back and forth. The attackers do have the advantage. That means now Team Exploit will be sweating a little bit inside this round. I mean, Team Exploit do also have the round advantage, but again, it seems like in this kind of a map, in this kind of a bind map, but Team Perfectionist, without a doubt, they came in prepared. Unfortunately, that Jet was also getting tagged. That means she could have been spammed out, but she didn't. HSN's position being revealed. Paydax was not expected to be on such a close line, and look at that, Paydax making it work. I'm pretty sure at this point he's smiling.
Just not the correct decisions right here from the side of Exploit. As soon as you get this double, you have to look back towards long, but if you notice on the minimap, Shooter is still looking towards the site. You need to expect a lurker to come through, because if Shooter does not get shut down there, even after Sorax gets traded out, Shooter can cause a presence on site, try to deny the plant and help his teammates on the retake, but without that, it just instantly collapses, and the round picked up in a semi-buy situation for Team Perfectionist, so now they've broken the economy of Exploit. They're going to be pushed onto an eco, and an opportunity for the 4-4 even Steven scoreline to come through. Now, drones being traded on either side, a bit of information gain, but it will just end up defaulting. Sami catches out the push though between Sorax and Soulmate, and Sorax right now, he's stuck, he's got nowhere to go.
As you did mention, Storak does seem kind of stuck here. He has nowhere to go, but he still managed to find himself one. Smiley there to trade things out, but King again striking in. This is where, I mean, we did know because of losing that previous round. Oh, he did pass the gun on to HSB. Now, this is absolutely massive. This is going to be helping them quite a lot. But look at King. Oh my god, the team coordination on the map of Bind definitely kind of heavy. Looking pretty good on the side of Team Exploit, though. But somewhere down the line, sometimes the mistakes are happening as well. But hey, as long as you're getting that thrifty in your hands, that is probably one of the biggest kind of redemption you can get against your enemy alliance. And this is what they are doing up till now successfully. HSB managed to sneak in towards the lamps area. Hopefully he's not expected there. If he's expected, I'm pretty sure he might just be pre-fired out. Look at Sammy now, caressing in the short area. Do they expect a flank coming in from that Brimstone? He's walking in slowly and steadily. I'm pretty sure he's going to be sealing the deal out, and yes, he does, as I did mention. Storak connects that crispy headshot right onto his skull. That means Team Exploit have got themselves free weapon.
You know, what I've got in my head right now? The Drake hotline bring meme, where like both of these teams are like, you know, in the first part of the meme where he's like, no, both of them are like, nah, we don't want actual proper weapons to win rounds, we'll just pull them off with pistols. Like, what is going on? First Perfectionist pulling off like not exactly a thrifty, but it was a semi-buy, and now Team Exploit actually pulling out a thrifty with just pistols. Shooter with our opening kill on the Blaze-Storm as well, really key. And now he's got the Operator as a reward. He's getting spammed out though, he's still going for the peak, misses the shot, needs to back out, has the nade to give him the space to do exactly that. And now just gonna step back. Instead, look at this, on the other side, the Viper's Pit set up by Soulmate. Smiley lurking on the edges of it. It's really gonna come down to which team is able to find first blood. But Shooter refusing to move, gets stacked out by the Bolt and actually moves out. If you're not gonna peek, you can't stand there. You can get wall bang. Shooter caught in a dual state of mind gets punished.
Not really dual state. I feel like that was overconfidence without a doubt. I mean, overconfidence has to be punished there. Storax now, well, a lot of burden on his shoulder, not really able to do much there, which is pretty understandable. He was the only man against the full team of Perfectionist. Smiley still holding that flank angle. Well, he got expected by Soulmate. That's a great presence of mind being showed. But again, I feel like maybe saving here can probably be their saving grace for now, because Team Exploit, after this, I'm expecting their economy to be broken.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's the same meme where the team with the not perfect weaponry, like 3 Spectres of Perfectionists, they're pulling off the route. So both of these teams right now, they really need to reset themselves and try to slow down the pace of the game, because the tacticality is disappearing. It's what we talked about. It's just turning into a pure brawl where the team who gets the aim battle wins the game. The only like proper utility usage we see is at the start of the round, where the drone comes out, the recon bolts come out, besides the Sovas on either squad. Soulmate throws in a snake fight here and there, but there's no actual like intermingling of utility. There's no synergy, and because of that, it just feels like we win the aim battle, you win the game, and that's not going to favor consistency at all for either team. Having said that, right now, again, a semi-buy going to come out, a Spectre on Storax and Soulmate, the Operator picked up for Shooter, and his position going to get denied in the Showers angle. He's still going to go for the peak this time, Shooter. Let's see if the confidence works out. It certainly will. He's picked up one, now going for the short peak. This pick itself is more than enough, because with the Brimstone Viper playing on the anchor, Shooter gets to play with the utility that HSB has to provide.
As you did mention that, but look at that. They also do have three ultimates available. Oh no, Shooter got almost damned out of existence, but he's barely alive on 5 HP. This might just be a little bit of saving grace for himself. He should consider himself lucky without a doubt. Attackers lockdown available, as well as Killjoy. Pretty much try to get the plant in. Orbital Strike denied instantly. I feel like committing to Orbital Strike in the first time instantly isn't really a good thing to do, right? Because first, we do know it's being utilized as a fake thing. That was a great Molotov. Again, this is buying them so much time. It's so much time to actually recover and get their mindset back up on their feet. That was a fake TP being made. And these are some big brain plays coming out from the side of Perfectionists. Finally, we do see them kind of utilizing a little bit more, kind of bringing in a little bit more tacticality in the game. Again, the spike being planted on the same place. Storax, I'm pretty sure, is not being expected in the... well, now he definitely is, and he got shut down instantly. This is where the lamps area was not really being expected, but I feel like Storax could have played that position out a little bit more in a different way. Maybe try to be a little bit more patient, because he did know the spike was just planted. Maybe try and hold his position off there. But hey, here we have Sammy kind of holding in the short angle. Does he expect someone to be there? And yes, he does. Wow, with a 3K to close the game out.
Yeah, again, the teams are just playing at too fast a tempo, and the team that slows it down in the round just gets a free win, because despite these initial picks from Shooter, you see he finds another one here. It's 5v3 on the map. At this point, all Exploit really need to do is step back. They don't need to take these peaks, but they do. They trade out, it becomes a 3v3, and the fakes are perfect from Perfectionists. They slow down the game for a second, and because of that, they bait out not just the Molly, but the Orbital Strike from Exploit as well. And in that moment, like all of Exploit, just in panic mode, especially with Alan taking that teleport and causing a fake towards the opposite side. Exploit, they just need to try to slow down the pace from a 5v3, losing a round. The only reason of it being that you are trying to push your envelope. You're trying to put the pedal to the metal, but you don't need to do that on defense, especially when you haven't got a central. You haven't really got a perfect anchor on a side, so it relies on your ability to play defensively to anchor it down. And when you don't do that, you will get punished.
As you did mention, you will definitely be punished. You know, you will have to pay the price for all the mistakes you make, at least now or in the future. And this is what exactly is happening for both sides here. I mean, the scoreline is pretty much evened out. It seemed like Team Exploit did start it off pretty great again, but somehow they have managed to screw things out. And as you did mention, and as I am saying again and now here, I really feel like Team Exploit is playing this game on an ego. It doesn't really seem like, at this point, a competition anymore. It just seems like a personal rivalry being shown. What do you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like both of the teams are trying to show who's best, but look at this, an eco right now, and a very Aggressive push down A shot. This is a gamble, but it could work out perfectly because all of Team Perfection is going on to side. The Omen actually takes the TP, he's not scared, willing to take the Vandal versus Sheriff battle with the second disadvantage and wins it. Smiley not gonna put a smile onto Soulmate's face for sure. He's gonna be disappointed with that.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be disappointed. Well, I mean, a little bit of risk coming in left and right, but it's fine. But also, oh my god, what's going on? Well, it's fine. His teammates are there to redeem things out. It's a 3-on-3 situation now. I don't know how they've managed to put things out. What's going on, King? You need to be stopped. Again, Shooter striking in from the long lines. No one expected him to be there. And look at that. Oh no. What? What?
Yeah.
They're winning eco rounds, and somehow they're screwing up the buy rounds. What's going on, Exploit? Stop it!
Someone please make the Drake meme for me for this map because it's just so perfect. It's not just Exploit either. Like even Perfectionists, they won I think 2 semi-buy rounds. Exploit have won 2 thrifties. What is going on? These teams do not look this good. They do not hit these clean shots with Vandals, but they do it with Sheriffs and Frenzies? Huh? I am so confused. But okay. I mean, it's what happens in a brawl, like in a deathmatch, you know, when both of the teams are just like, yeah, let's go. Both of the teams are like in macho mode. They're like, yeah, we got this. We will fight. Yeah, macho mode. But okay, now onto the last round. Shooter spots one out and the wrong dash comes through, but he doesn't get punished. Oh my god, my heart rate right now. These teams. What?
Exactly, it's the same thing I'm asking myself. Storex, you're so lucky to be alive. You gotta thank King because he's there to have your back. But look at this now, Shooter is on top of the truck here. Still, he hasn't been expected, but yep, it access position one pretty much revealed. And look at this, Shooter was not expected there. This is a big brain play coming out from the side of Shooter. He did know someone dashed his side, so maybe getting the Lamb's control now is probably the best thing you can do. And hey, again, I mean, big brains play being made. Finally, we do see a little bit of more tacticality being introduced in the game. Hey, guess what? A little bit of more tacticality. This is what we like to see, right?
I mean, yeah, but I'm curious to see how long it lasts because I'm not gonna lie. Like as much as as much as I would prefer to see tacticality, it's kind of fun to just watch brawl and just turn off for a bit. But hey, this is not just about fun. This is about getting to the finals. So now Team Exploit on the attack. They managed to somehow secure a lead for themselves because that first half was going back and forth, but in the last 2 rounds they got their stuff together and they are at a 2-round lead. Now with a double controller composition on the attack, you cannot play pure brawl. You have to play tactically. You need to try and get your Viper into these key post plant positions and you need to try and play for map control, and they're doing exactly that, but still in their own style. Aggressive showers push, they're just gonna get the plant down. No contest from Perfectionist.
As I did mention, they're just going to get the plant down. Alan as well, kind of make some heroic plays happen here. Team Exploit already do have found themselves that plant, and now they've already kind of backed off as well. So I do like the safer approach being taken inside the game. Alan does expect someone to be on the short area. That's why he's being really cautious while he's making those steps happen. Pretty much going to be clearing that cubby. Storax has to be spotted out, but hey, guess what? Frenzy comes out on top. The auto pistol pretty much is better in those close range distances, unless if you're not really able to connect those headshots with that gun. But look at this, what's going on? Frenzy all over the place. Is the Frenzy meta back again?
I mean, definitely for me, but it also makes a lot of sense with the style Exploit play, right? They like to play those aggressive hard pushes. They like to play the short range battles, and that's why the Frenzy is at its very best. So makes perfect sense. But I appreciate the fact that we got at least a teensy bit of tacticality in that round. They took Shover's control with the Viper's wall, and really surprised, I think, Perfectionists. I don't think they were expecting that aggressive a rush, and therefore they actually didn't contest shot at all, which allowed Storax to get into that cubby and shut down any hope of a potential short retake from the side of Team Perfectionist. With that, Shooter has got himself onto a Phantom, a Boombot to help him out. King will find Smiley, and it will be once again A-side execute, this time from the short angle. They will be able to get the plant down, and they have the Viper for the post, so Exploit certainly pushing forward the momentum they got in the last 2 rounds of the first half.
Exactly, another nade being lobbed in from his side. Clear at the U-Haul area, but still the nade didn't really travel deep enough. But look at this! Well, it seems like Team Perfectionists are definitely kind of trying to fight back in this moment, but somewhere down the line, look at this, what's going on? Frenzies are just ringing all over in my head, and I just can't really think apart from it.
I mean, it is just that brawling atmosphere. But hey, another round picked up for this side of Exploit. And what I really like, and of course this is conditional, but what I really like is there's really setting up a good foundation for the masking conditioning style of play where they're like, Viper Wall goes down, we're going to execute. What this does is they should do this for 2 more rounds or even 1 more round at least, and then use that Viper Wall as a pure fake where then Soulmate can lurk around the fear that they have caused in the first few rounds. Like, hey, Viper Wall went down, they're coming on an execute, rotate, rotate, rotate. And with that, it makes sure that the other team is constantly second guessing themselves. But look at this, as we wanted, once again, they're going to go for the execute, and this works out because they still have a couple Spectres. This is still their bonus, but still, the Shovel's Crossfire held really well. Alan is finally finding it, but King with the adjust on the spray. What? Oh my god.
I gotta say, King definitely is not missing any kind of flex today. He's feeling himself, as I did mention. It seems like he has had a good night's sleep, which none of us usually do because, let's focus on the game here. But King definitely is playing on mark, and this is what we really like to see here, right? A man like King stepping it up when his team's kind of crumbling down slowly and steadily, and just because of that individual play that has put him in such a massive advantage. And what's going on? Storax just spams one out and pretty much gets the second one as well. I mean, HSV doesn't really have to do anything inside this map because his teammates are just taking care of everything.
Yeah, and we actually even talked about like the reason we're seeing such domination for Exploit on the attacking side. We saw it on Split where we talked about how much better they looked on the attacking side, where it looks like they've gone into customs, they practice executes perfectly, they understand roles, but they haven't really taken the time to clear out communications that need to happen on the defensive half, and that's where they really fall short. Finally, though, I think we're going to get a bit of a pause because unfortunately, HSN does look like he's disconnected. So at this point, it's going to be a moment for us to discuss what is going on, because the games have been so quick, so fast-paced that it feels like you don't actually get to break down. And I think for me, the biggest talking point, besides, of course, King playing phenomenally, is the fact that right now, Exploit Storm look like they're on their comfortable half. They are happy to play on the pure executes the way they played on Split and scratch that Necro. HSN is back. It's back to brawl mode, baby. Let's go.
HSN is back. Well, it seems like, well, the egoistic battle continues. But yeah, I have a little bit more talking points about King. I mean, today does seem like King has had a good night's sleep. I mean, when was the last time, CA, you actually slept peacefully?
Please don't ask me that. No, actually. No, I'm kidding. It's been a while, though. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Continuously delivering top tier content for our audience and all of that. But the fact is, like, in general, it's exactly as you said. King does look like he woke up on the right side of the bed, had the perfect breakfast,
Yep. As you did mention, he woke up on the right side of the bed. Started the day off with a great breakfast. I mean, what else do you want? What else do you really want, right? A good night's sleep, starting the day off on a great note. And overall, a happy kind of environment around you as well. What might just get you to play like this, just like how King is playing right now. His aim seems pretty much crisp. He doesn't seem like he's missing any shots. While Tutor, on the other hand, kind of trying to match the level of King here.
Wow.
And Storax, again, spamming people out of existence. Storax, what's going on? Have you opened your third eye at this point? Because this is what he's doing. Look at the gameplay that he's showing. Oh, finally, Ellen. That's a great shot. Gotta say, Ellen's movement and hand-eye coordination, it does really seem like it's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. But Exploit, talking about really good, right? Exploit so good on these executes. They just make it happen every single time. And the initial free peaks that the Perfectionists are taking work out for them too. Storax with the spray control, so good. That too blind, picking up the kills. They know which angles they need to clear. They understand their roles, their responsibilities, and they're continuously able to make them punish. On top of that, the icing on the cake is look at the pressure that Perfectionist is having been forced to maintain on A. The A execute, the conditioning that I talked about because of that Viper Wall coming down. The fear is always there that, wait a minute, are these guys going to come A? But no, they're not. They're just going to hard push into B. All 5 stacks, rinse and repeat. Exploit looking for map and series point for this.
Exactly, as you did mention, they were looking for that map. Oh, no, do not go in a spam battle against Storax because he has been hitting all the shots, no matter even if you do have that cover for yourself. Oh, no, misplacing that showstopper as well. No value being found. King this time. I mean, no matter how much limelight we've given him this time, it seems like he completely messes things up. Shooter now decides to dash away in the right nick of time, which is quite good. Storax as well, utilizing that stim beacon. And look at Sammy, well, pretty much just destroying Shooter out of his position. Storax pushes in. I thought maybe Storax was not going to be able to convert that into a frag, but he still manages to do that. It's a 2-on-2 situation for now. Pookie last from the side of Perfectionists are really looking bad on HP. Paranoia being out, and all Storax needs to do is just connect a little bit of
Storax is a god.
Orbital strike out as well. This is
Storax
buying it
is a
so
god.
much time. Now all HSB needs to do is just play around the time, and this is what he does. What?
Storax is a god! Oh my god! Okay, I really hope we get a replay of this because I really want to point something out. Like in that moment when he's stuck in that cubby, I think, okay, maybe we get a replay of this, but right on the post plant, when he's stuck in that cubby area, right there, you don't see the replay, but you see it on the mini map. The recon has come through and it's going to reveal his position one way or another. So he's like, you know what? I'll go out dying swinging. Because of the fact that he wins that duel against Sami, takes elbow control for himself. He sets up the molly first to deny the diffuse, which puts all of the pressure onto that hookah angle, and HSP just playing for time, jiggling for so long. Then he gets another kill, but gets his orbital strike online, and they pick up the round. But hey, let's not talk analysis because it's back to brawl session. Allen has picked up a double kill with an aggressive push. HSB is trading it. Even though Exploit are 2 members down and a half a health bar for HSB, they will not stop pushing. What?
They definitely will not stop pushing, and what just happened there? Perfectionist, well, out of nowhere, within a blink of an eye, we're down to a 1-on-4 moment. Oh my god, it seems like Exploit did kind of fall down really hard. That was a great kind of crossfire setup by Allen, but unfortunately, Allen got taken out, but it's fine. He did get himself that maximum value out of that position. He got himself those 2 kills. Look at this smoke trail being shown from the side of Storax. This recon dart could have been a little revealing, but he walks inside the smoke, but it doesn't matter. Smiley is there to smile Storax out the game.
You know, one of those really evil smiles where you show all your teeth and you're like, he. But
Oh,
okay.
that monstrous laugh, you mean?
Yeah!
Oh. It's something like...
Yeah, but like
that.
without the laugh, you know, just the smile, like say a
Oh.
Joker smile, maybe.
A smirk.
You know? Like not a smirk,
No.
like a full-on smile, but without the Duchenne factor, like without your eyes crinkling and stuff. So you're just,
gotcha.
oh yeah, that's the really creepy one. But okay, enough of the smiles. We're back into the action. The brawl is on, and it's Allen who picks up that first blood. This time onto that Shower's angle. Is able to get back with the dismiss as well, but you know, Exploit, it doesn't matter that they've lost the player. They're gonna set up the Viper's Pit and they are gonna commit onto this side. The spam is coming through, but the Tasers reveal. Soulmate finds one. Allen with the instant trade back though. Soulmate has pushed in. Look at his position. He's gonna be able to take him out, but he whiffs.
What?
Down A.
He whiffed.
This is just pure this is overconfidence being shown from the side of Team Exploit, and they're getting punished for it. Sam is down low. I don't really know what else can he make happen there, but I mean this situation does seem pretty doable because you can already see the Jet is down low at the same time. Sammy's down low as well. That means Storax will have to exploit these things if he does have the maximum amount of info on it. Well, God, he almost did connect that spray transfer. Gotta say, HSN is pretty lucky to take out the game. But Storax, unfortunately, wasn't really able to make that spray transfer happen that perfectly, but it's fine. Hey, I mean, they still do have a massive lead over the last Perfectionist. Again, it seems like it's just the same kind of, it's just the previous round back again. When we take a look at the score, it feels like deja vu back again.
Yeah, I mean, and if the deja vu carries over, like, Exploit actually won with semi-buys, which they have right now. So, okay, they don't have semi-buys. They have full buys, but a couple of light shields. So, still, the point was they won with the economy going against them. And if it happens again on a 12-7 to a 13-7 scoreline, that's going to be one hell of a coincidence. But once again, Exploit going to go back to what was comfortable for them. They did this on the pistol. They've got Shower's control, and they know that the site is denied because of the wall. So they're just going to go for the full commit onto A. Look to get the spike planted. The double satchel as King goes in, but there ain't no backup. The boombot doesn't hit as well. Allen takes him down, and look at this. From the shadows into Showers for Smiley. Nobody is checking him, and he takes him out. What?
Exactly, and look at this now. Oh my god, what Smiley? Oh no, for now he does seem pretty unstoppable. It's a 4-on-2 situation, but Storax again with that flank strikes in. And now this is where, I mean, Soulmate will have to make those individual plays happen, but all the time he's getting caught off guard in those open grounds. I don't really know what's going through his mind. And this device almost getting funny. That's a great orbital strike. And
Oh.
again, Thorax peeks out. Did Hacks being out the game. But hey, he wasn't really able to get converted onto Sammy. And this is where Sammy will trade things out. And well, Mike diffuses there. That's going to be 8-12. That means now is the place where Team Exploit will be forced on an eco. And maybe we might just see them seal the deal or seal this map.
Smiley is scary, man. Like straight up. Which
Yeah.
Omen do you see using his ultimate into the area where the opposite team is not scared at all? You're just like, yeah, I'm gonna go for it. They're not gonna check that angle. They're not gonna turn their backs around. They're gonna think I went for the D flag. I'm right there. He picks up a double kill. Like, it's honestly scary. You turn around, we're like, oh, what the hell? The Omen is here. Smiley doing really well, because without that pressure from Smiley, the backside control was taken for Exploit and they would have been able to push through and take the site itself. Now the eco broken for Exploit. You can see the operator coming up huge, dashes away, will mean that they can still take B-long control and push in. The Hunter City wasn't able to find much value, but Allen will holding on strong from Hookah. He finds one.
Oh my god.
HSN with two more, and even though HSB has found a couple
What?
trades, it will not mean anything. 12-9 on the scoreline, but the rounds are so damn fast.
The rounds are definitely really fast. I'm kind of surprised at this point. I'm kind of shaking as well. I did not expect Team Exploit just to fall apart like that. I mean, even if they were on an eco, a little bit of kind of a semi-buy situation going in, I still expect Team Exploit to actually convert that round into their side. But again, hey, we do see them on that full buy. Only Storax is the man who has light shield. What do you think, CA? Are they going to be winning this round?
It's very hard to say because they keep going back to these executes, but I do notice that this time around they have got Soulmate on the look, so maybe a slower style of gameplay, you never know. You can see even like the Perfectionists are adapting. They don't use the recon early. They decide save it for when they know the execute's gonna come down. And okay, Shooter dashing in onto the side without much presence shown. Storax has done a lot of damage to the elbow area, so they're just looking to get the spike planted right here, and they will be able to do that. Now trying to play on the post plant, but with Storax already gone, they have no utility to actually try and do that. The Hunter's Fury from HSB clears out elbow, finds one player, and the tag
my
is
god.
perfect on to paid hacks. That's going to be a lot of value. That's very important from HSB.
As you did mention, that's going to be a lot of value. Look at these now. Cloudburst as well to kind of by himself that enough time, making sure that defenders aren't really pushing it through. But oh no, I feel like he should have shot the field first. That could have given him the maximum amount of value. And hey, guess what? I mean, Team Exploit pretty much do take that win in their hands. And 2-0. I mean, this was expected, as we also did mention. The Veto pretty much did look like it was favoring the lads of Team Exploit. And I also did mention that mine is a map where Team Exploit is quite decent, and I expected them to exploit the hell out of Team Perfectionists, and this is what exactly happened. I mean, pretty much a predictable win. And as you did mention, it really just came down to, it felt like it was some individual rivalry going on. They were getting real up close and personal.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, for everything that match was, one thing I know for sure it was enjoyable, like pure entertainment, because these teams, they gave it their all, but Exploit just one step above 13-7, 13-9. They pick up the series and they will move on to the finals, looking to redeem themselves off of their Qualifier 1 performance. And with HSB's inclusion, his performance on map 1 was astounding. So maybe not the pick for him in bind. Maybe we could get to see a KO from HSB on bind. You know, he gets to play that aggressive role that he wants to, but has the flashes in his hand to make the things happen, especially since they're the buff flashes, the way he has been used to from his FPS background. Like, maybe that change could happen, but in general, Exploit, they just look phenomenal. Despite the small tactical issues that come up now and again, they make up for it with the plays that come through in the other rounds.
Yeah, as you did mention, I mean, in general, HSB wasn't really kind of stepping up. But hey, I mean, again, the question is asked, does it really need to know? I mean, his team is pretty much doing a lot of job there. He can pretty much just sit back, eat while gaming, have a great time, you know, maybe just have his lunch as well. But yeah, HSB, I mean, he's a man. You do know he's a man full of greatness. So we do expect him to, you know, even if he doesn't really pop off, there might be a little bit of reason behind it. So that's why he was just, you know, taking a little bit of chill pill in that previous game. But again, I mean, there's nothing really much to talk about between those two maps because it was just a straight up WT game. Both these teams were just pushing aside. But yeah, there were a few kind of big brain moments without a doubt. If you remember that teleport coming in from the side of Reyna, which made the defenders think that, oh, maybe they're going towards the B side, but then they instantly, two players were on the A side. You kept on holding their position, and they got the spike down as well, but Storax kind of tried to come in through the lamps area, but got denied.
Yeah, even Storax himself, like the
Yeah.
talking about like those ultimate outplays, the fact that he was able to
Yeah.
take elbow control in that one round, then play on his molly and his orbital strike, even though he went down, the round went through for his team. So definitely you can see these glimpses of tacticality, and I feel like it's not like either of the teams are not tactical. It just feels like they're a lot more comfortable playing for the aggression style of gameplay where we don't actually get enough time to play purely tactical. It becomes much more important how you navigate your defaults, how you navigate the opponent's team's style, and in that area, it's where Exploit Storm had the advantage. They were continuously going for the executes, but where they went for the executes was where you could see their tacticality. The fact that they were continuously switching up, even when they went for the A side, they not did not always go to the showers. Even when they went from the showers, this last time they went through showers, they left one player to go on the late A shot push, expecting that aggression from the short area and trying to punish it. So you can see these small things that Exploit are changing really factor into the strength of their tacticality. So I want to see them try and elevate this to a certain extent in the finals, because it does look like they're that team that we were expecting back in qualifiers one, where it was not exactly the greatest of performances from them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Exploit, at least they made them their note in the finals now. They should be feeling a
Yeah.
little better. You know, last time they got eliminated out of the semifinals against a team like Salt. I mean, Salt is, of course, a big team without a doubt, but let's take a look at the match stats. And what do you expect? King, again, with banger of take a look at the score. He has 28 kills for himself, 16 deaths, and well, 6 assists with MVP also getting for himself. It's going to be 6 first bloods. I mean, if it really does seem like King was a showstopper there.
Yeah, absolutely. King playing phenomenally on that race, but Storax not so far behind. 25 kills on the Brimstone. You could really see his impact as well. Like 12 assists to his name. He played that controller role to perfection. And I feel like the only place where we didn't get to see as much of a performance as we expected was really HSB. But even then, he made up for it with his utility usage. 14 assists. That's what you want from your Sova. HSB doing exactly that. On the other side, I have to give props to Paid Hacks and Smiley especially. Paid Hacks, because continuing on his momentum, cracked in his aim, finding these impossible rounds. Even with the Blaze Storm, he was phenomenal. But Smiley, the usage of his Omen ultimate, that's something that is purely unique to this player. Like
Yeah.
the cojones he has to find the TP in the middle of the opponent team. It wasn't just once, he did that twice in this map. So definitely showing that, hey, you know what, it doesn't matter if I've
Yeah.
got a slightly weaker controller, because with my style of gameplay I will show you how it's done.
Yeah, as you did mention, it really did seem like, I mean, he was relying heavily on those individual plays, and as you did mention,
Yeah.
some of the brave moves coming out from that lad, straight up just teleporting in between the teams, and he's
Yeah.
like, "Hey guys, how's it going? I mean, I'm here to stop the show." And sometimes he did successfully, sometimes he got denied, but hey, I mean, as long as he's putting on a show and as long as he's entertaining the viewers that are watching, that's all that matters, right, CA? But again, I feel like they're lacking quite a lot of experience. I mean, perfectionists, maybe after this kind of experience they've gone for themselves, as they have made it up to semifinals, maybe after this one, they have gone a decent amount of experience. They can go in the future, pretty much try to work around what mistakes they made, and maybe come back as a much more stronger team.
Yeah, but look at this. The MVP of map 2 is going to be the MVP of the best of 3 series. King will pick it up with a phenomenal performance on the Sage pick, where he was playing a much more supportive, much more of that lurker role, played that to perfection, then got to really unleash himself on the Raze, picked up kill after kill, and top fragged his way to the MVP of the best of 3 series. 7 first bloods and an average ACS of 292 shows that certainly King was on point throughout this series.
King was definitely playing like a king without a doubt. And as I did mention, right, he had one of the most crispiest aim in the entire squad of Team Exploit. Like he was just flicking right onto those lads. He wasn't really over flicking. He wasn't under flicking. It was right perfectly
Yeah.
onto them. I mean, I definitely have to get a little bit of tips from him without a doubt. But yeah, I mean, King again pretty much was doing absolutely phenomenal. Team Exploit just dominating their way through. Somewhere down line, perfectionists were trying to get back up, but I
Yeah.
still feel like, as I did mention in the past, a lot of experience is lacking. a lot of tacticality in the game can be brought from their side. But hey, let's take a look at the player comparison. And hey, yeah, I mean, it's understandable, right? No one really plays like King. And that's why King can be compared to another King.
Oh my god. Alright guys, it's exactly as Necro said, like there is no comparison to King, so it's King versus King on either side, and I'm just laughing trying to imagine how exactly this happened. It's gonna be a funny conversation at the end of the stream, no doubt, but hey, I think on the right hand side we have the stats of King, so on the left I'm guessing it's Spade Hacks, because he was the
Yeah.
top fragger on both games for his team, but the first bloods don't line up, so I'm not exactly sure. Either ways, King is the king. There is no one to compare to him.
Yeah.
There is no challenger to his throne, really. That's why you have the player comparison of King versus King.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what you say, right? I mean, you cannot really compare one king to a normal soldier, right? You have to compare
Yeah.
a king to another king. And this is what really happened. So there was no king in the opponent's side, so they were like, okay, maybe you know what, we can just put a king again in the opponent's side as well. You know, make it. But yeah, this was absolutely fantastic. Gotta say, I mean, no matter even if you didn't really see a lot of tacticality coming in, gotta say those games were definitely entertaining. What do you think, though?
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact remains that, like, hey, maybe now what the side of Team Perfectionists need in their team is a player called Emperor. You know, Emperor outsets King, so maybe they'll win that way. No, I'm kidding. It's as you said, it's just pure experience. I think a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
exposure necessary for this team, and the fact that they've got in top 4 itself is a huge shout out for them. So I'm excited to see how they progress beyond this. I don't think their chances are over just yet because of the way the wildcard system works, but we'll talk about that at the end of the next series, which we'll be going to set up for now. We'll see you back with the second semifinals of the day real soon.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is Nikhil C. Mansali, and joining me on the desk is Neeraj Necro Sangle, now bringing to you the second semifinals of the Pakistan and Afghanistan Qualifier number 2. It's going to be Team Arrow versus Max D. I think this is going to be considerably closer than our first semifinal.
Yeah, at least this is what we were expecting to be a little closer. But I mean, in the past, if you take a look at how things really went down, I mean, take a look at these teams past. Arrow has completely demolished the lads of Max D, but we do know Max D comes in with a lot of experience as well. They have presented their country on an international stage as well. So I'm expecting them to bring in a lot much more improvement as they faced against Arrow in the past. But what are your initial thoughts on Max D and how they're looking? What do you think, so?
I think the most important player that needs to really step up today is Pokemon. Like, he plays the Sky exclusively in the quarterfinals at least, and he consistently top frags on that. So I'm expecting a Battle Sky to come out from him as he tries to catch them all, Pokemon. But
Oh,
the
no.
point again remains that, like, for both of these teams, the initiative players are very important. I
Mhm.
don't think I have to remind our audience or you about Protagonist, who was ridiculously good on both Sky and so more so on Sky. So I want to see the Protagonist versus Pokemon battle really come out, and maybe Pokemon will be the protagonist and protagonist will fail out, or Ash Ketchum will actually catch him. I don't know.
I mean, one thing we're definitely seeing is that we are seeing a lot of Sky in action, which I personally do like. I feel like Sky has to be one of the best agents out there for now.
Yeah.
It's in the meta, and I feel like it's as much as you can exploit it, probably try to exploit it because I mean, we are seeing a lot of Sky, right? And I
Yeah.
maybe am thinking we might see a Sky nerf come in future, but these are just, I mean, prediction. This is just probably what I'm predicting. But yeah, I mean, Sky has to be one of the best agents out there, especially considering the fact that there are flashes revealed and at the same time blinds an opponent for a really long time. Take a look at the map Veto as well.
Oh.
Split ban coming in, breeze ban. So I mean, pick Heaven, Find an Icebox. I really feel like both these teams are quite comfortable on all these maps. But what do you think about the bans in general?
I really like this veto process. Is exactly what I predicted in the
Hmm.
match day analysis video, where the idea is that for Max D, one of the strongest maps is Split. They consistently pick Split first if they get an option to do so. So banning out Split by Arrow makes perfect sense because they actually don't play that much of Split. They continuously ban Split in the quarterfinals matchup as well. And for Max D, you can see it's more of that, hey, we haven't really got time to take a vacation, go to the Caribbean islands yet. We haven't got time to really settle out our breeze map. So in general, consistent bans from both of the teams. But what I'm excited about is Haven being that first map, because what I now want to see is, will Pokemon continue his Sky pick on Haven? Because I expect Protagonist to do exactly that. We saw him pull out that surprise Sky in the semifinals of Q1, and it was ridiculously good. But that time it was ridiculously good because of the combo that Protagonist and Butsab are bringing to the table. This time it's going to be Protagonist and Jivix. So let's see how that works out.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention, a little bit of comfort ban again being shown from their side, and well, I mean, there's nothing really wrong with comfort bans, but I feel like if you're
Yeah.
trying to cross ban someone, that could be probably better. As you did say, you do know Maxi's kind of really good on the map of Split, but in the quarterfinals, I feel like somewhere down the line, Maxi was the one who banned Split once in the past. So I mean, I don't really know if they're really strong. They might be really strong on the map of Split, but considering their past, they have banned Split once. So I am personally not expecting that kind of affecting the lads of Max B a lot much more. But again, from what I think, so my perspective, I really feel like this might just be a little bit of comfort pick coming out. But what really depends, as you did mention, what really depends main here is going to be the Asian pick. And what do you think? So are we just going to be seeing that classic Asian pick coming in, or you expect some player to actually use a little bit more brain?
I don't think it's gonna be like the standard double duelist. Like, of course, the double duelist with the Sky is what we expect from Arrow, but from the side of Max D, I'm kind of hoping for a Sage pick here on Haven, like a Sage Sky combo maybe, or even a Sova Sky combo to really enhance the information they get and try to slow down the game, because what Max they have for themselves as an advantage is the wards that they can watch of Arrow, the semifinals as well as finals that Arrow have played in qualifiers one, to try and understand this team's playstyle. Because what this team of Arrow is really good at is taking aggressive initial control across the map
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then translating that into actual site executes. If you bring a Sage online onto your composition, it makes sure that they can't actually take aggressive control. You want to get those forward walls as much as possible. And similarly, if you bring a Sova out, even if they take the control, you always have info of where they are, so they can't really surprise you with the executes. This is why I don't want to see a double duelist from XD. But if they are going to bring out a double duelist, then it'll once again become the brawl we witnessed in the first half. Because with the Sky likely to come through on both of the sides, going to be flashes from both as they try to contest the same area.
Yeah, it's just gonna be completely, flash screen as we like to call it, completely
Yeah.
flash banged there. But yeah, again, I mean, we're expecting some tactical approaches being taken from both sides. Now, look, why am I expecting a tactical approach from Arrow? In the past, if you remember, Arrow wasn't really that tactical, right? We did mention Arrow is really aggressive. They like to take the early control on the map, which sometimes is actually good. But I feel like that's only good once in a while. If you keep on doing it over and over again, that is really punishable. And this is what Salt did against Arrow. If you remember in the past, I mean, that's how they threw Arrow out of the finals. And now Arrow is pretty much here to redeem themselves back. But again, I'm expecting Arrow to learn a little bit more from what happened in the past. I'm expecting them to, learn from their mistakes. But this is what my personal expectations are from their side. But what do you think? So, is Arrow going to be switching up their playstyle, or are they just going to be sticking to their initials?
I think they're going to be sticking to their guns, because they've already been to the finals once, and even
Mhm.
in the finals, it wasn't really the composition that was inhibiting them. It was more like a lack of confidence and the surprise factor where Salt were completely prepared and Arrow was not. So both those factors, I think, have changed for Arrow. I'm sure they've done their pre-match preparation, because, as you mentioned too, they faced off against Maxi in the past. Albeit, I do think that was with HSB in Max D, so this is a slightly different Max D, and it will mean that while they have faced them in the past, they don't have the experience. They can still do the pre-match preparation coming in. And as for the confidence, well, having been to the finals once, I think they have to have the confidence in the back to try and go back again. But Max D, they're the squad of all of the younger talents in the Pakistan Afghanistan region. They're the up and coming players of the entire region itself. And I think that sort of team has the right motivation to pull it off. Either ways, I think it's going to be extremely close. Like, I'm expecting all three maps to come out.
Exactly. I mean, I'm expecting as well. I'm expecting a 2-1 here, but what really depends is that, I mean, I personally, in predictions, I kind of predicted that maybe Max D is kind of going to be getting themselves a 2-0. But again, I
Ah.
mean, now it really just comes down to an approach being taken from the side of Arrow, right? As I did mention, if we do see a little bit of more tactical approach, I'm expecting things to be a little bit more delayed. That means a 2-1 from the side of Max D. But why am I heavily relying on Max D? Because as I did mention, they have the experience of international stages, which is absolutely massive. They have represented their country on an international stage. On the other hand, Arrow, I mean, they do have that VCC finals kind of backup in their back. But again, look, Salt, without a doubt, they were one of the best out there. But when it comes to tacticality, I'm expecting a lot much more from Max D. And when we talk about their initials, right, when we talk about defaults, I feel like Max D have perfected them.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Max they have, as you said, they have the experience, but
Mhm.
also they have the right mindset, because this was even if you go back to Just by Days, this was one of the few teams that jumped onto the new meta faster than the others. So that mindset is really gonna come into play. But I do think these teams are perfectly matched on every regard. Where even Arrow, like, they are willing to switch it up if it suits their style, and they have an identity that's so damn important when you're playing against these top tier teams. Having a style and identity of your own really makes a lot of difference if you're able to show up on the day with the confidence to pull it off. So I don't think, like, the key discussion here will end up being which agent comp is better or which veto is better. I think it's going to come down to the game itself, where which team is executing better on their ideas, executing better on their plans and defaults, because that's where the real test will come through. And then, of course, which team ends up adapting first, because both of the teams will have set styles coming into the game, and both of them will have to change.
As I did mention, I mean, the set styles, and this is what I'm pretty sure, a team like Maxi is trying to find, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Maxi, as you did mention, is one of those teams who's really quick to adapt to a meta, and this is what really kind of is a really good fact about a lot of teams. I mean, if a team is really good to adapt on the thing, that means we expect them to also be good at kind of learning how your opponent plays,
Yeah.
and just in between the games. And I'm expecting pretty much Max D to predict how Aero plays in the future. I'm pretty sure they have seen the past as well. They have reviewed the past games of how Aero played against Salt, and it was pretty much just a WK game throughout. I mean, there were some
Yeah.
rounds that were taken a little bit more tactically, but hey, I gotta say, when we talk about the tactical approach, Salt has to be one of the best teams out there in the entire Pakistan region, but they also do have the aim as well. But I feel like Salt again is a team that is pretty flexible. But again, even a team like Salt can definitely bring in a little bit of more tacticality inside their game. But yeah, now, talking about what is really being common and that's kind of really standing out for me in general is Icebox, man, coming in pretty. I mean, Icebox, not really being played pretty commonly here, which is quite interesting. I feel like Icebox has to be one of the best maps out there. What do you think? So, what's the main reason behind it?
I mean, I think everyone has always been an Icebox and Breeze hater, and I've always been an Icebox and Breeze lover. So I'm
Yeah,
where I
same.
stand. Yeah. So
Same.
like, I hope we get to see more of it. But I understand why these teams want to
Yeah.
stick to comfort zones because there's so much on the line here, especially for Max D. Because Arrow, they've even if they lose right here, it doesn't affect them as much because
Mhm.
of the qualifier one, they've got a wildcard slot in the bag already. If they actually make it to the finals and win, then that wildcard slot will go to the third place team. But Maxi doesn't have that sort of leeway. They need to win here to at least stand a chance of going to qualifier, even if they lose the finals or even win the finals and go directly to VCC playoffs. Arrow do have a little bit of that get out of jail free card. So
Yeah.
Maxi, I expect them to actually get more motivated because of that. Like my prediction as well is 2-1 towards Max D, but it's 2-1 mostly because of the point you mentioned, where I do think Max D will be better at adapting in general to Arrow's playstyle, combined with the fact that I hope they've got the pre-match preparation down. I hope they understand how Arrow likes to navigate these maps.
As you did mention, hopefully they have done their homework, and this is
Yeah.
what we expect, right? All the time, whenever we hop in, and we're like casting these big events. This is what we expect: teams to do a better kind of homework overall in general against each other. And I'm pretty sure even the teams do realize there's a massive stake online. There's a lot of eyes watching out for you. You have to represent your country on the national stage. This is a massive stake in itself. So I'm pretty sure even the teams are taking it quite serious, and even the teams, are just gathering up day and night to try and practice in and
Yeah.
trying to get the grind in for hours and hours. But yeah, the first pick that was made by the lads of Arrow, it's going to be Heaven. Now, throughout the time, we haven't really seen Heaven being played. I mean, at least throughout the day. So, what do you expect? What kind of an approach can we expect from these teams, especially on the map of Heaven?
Like when I go back to Team Arrow, it reminds me
Mhm.
of the matchup against Namak Boys or even Salt, where on Haven they played a much more of the aggressive playstyle. So I expect that to continue, but I just want to see a lot more caution to that. Not necessarily caution in the regard that you stop pressing W, but in the idea that the other team is going to be expecting you to do it. So I want to see that conditioning playstyle come in, where they're a lot more focused on their normal style of gameplay first, where they set up the fear in the opponent's minds that hey, we are just gonna take everything from you and we're gonna win the round. But then you start slowing down a little bit, do the same thing, but do it with presence on the other side of the map, where you can then switch if necessary. They don't even have to switch, but they need to make sure they've got the option to switch, because if they don't have the option and they get shut down in their aggression, then suddenly that's where they've looked at their weakest against Salt, where they kept trying to force one specific kind of thing and Salt just kept saying nope, not gonna happen.
Yeah, as it did mention, Saul just kept on denying things here and there. But yeah, if you talk about my individual mindset in the map of Heaven, is that I mean, it's really tough to kind of show your presence on all three of the sides at the same time, right? But I really do feel like you should always have that one man kind of lurking around in the mid. And this is what, if you do have a Cypher and a Killjoy, this is what they really do, right? I mean, Cypher, this is what he's really known for. He kind of does the setup of wherever he wants, setting up those tripwires in the flank lines, and then probably try and hold off some lurking lines for his teammates. It's what you expect an offensive Cypher to do. And I feel like on the map of Heaven, mid control gets really important because that can just put out so much pressure on the teams as well, right? You don't really know what to expect from these lads, especially if you do have the mid control. That means teams also don't really know what to expect. Are they going to be hitting on B? Are they going to be going inside garage? If they do go inside garage, that means there's a massive chance or massive probability of chances that they might just be hitting the C side.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it really is important on Haven to take that garage control. Garage gives you so many options. You can either go for the C side execute, or if your team has already got A sewers or A long control, it can be such a nuisance for the defending team to make sure that the garage player isn't causing too much of that lurk presence and getting an advantage for his team. But having seen the agent picks just now, I really like the fact that we see that Sova Sky combination coming through from the side of Max D. While Dexter, he is continuously that Omen player. I think Pakistan especially has given me the confidence in the Omen to be okay with the pick, because they are very willing to make the aggressive plays that the Omen requires from you. That's really what he's good at. That's what Astra doesn't bring to the table, is the fact that she can't make aggressive plays of her own. She can't really do the aggressive battles of her own, and Omen can do that. So I hope that exactly what comes through. But hold on, Pokemon Sir had 1K ping for a second, so maybe a bit of a technical issue before we even start the map off. Never mind.
Maybe it's just a little bit of visual glitch around here and there, you know. But yeah, I mean, the round has already started off. Tivix has found himself quite a decent control.
Oh.
And what? Okay, well, as you did mention, he is having a little bit of ping issues there. It clearly did seem like he was walking into a straight wall. And this is how Tivix did find himself that opening frag. That means already starting a day off with a little bit of man disadvantage. Max D is going to be quite disappointed in themselves and in general Pokemon's internet. But here we do have kind of a B execute coming in, understandable. If you have already found yourself an entry on the A side, hitting on the B side is probably the best thing you can do, and this is what they've already done as well. Criminal just striking inside, but what's going on? Moostop getting himself those two massive frag. That means the entire entry onto the B side has been denied, and this is where Arrow needs to realize that they don't really have the spike in the hand as well. Moostop getting himself the third kill. What is going on? Oh my god, Max D. Out of nowhere, they just strike in, and Musab on his individual play, single-handedly just completely destroying the lads of Arrow. And if you do have a man like Dexter, he's going to be sealing the deal out. And Arrow losing off the first round, even when they had an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. Despite the fact that they get this initial pick towards A-Long, they don't actually get A-Long control. So when they try to force it onto B, Maxi is already expecting, and this is what I talked about. The strength of the Sova Sky is that you always have information across the map, and on a map the size of Haven, you need that information to facilitate your duelists in the way the Jet exists. But particularly what I want to give props to is Dexter, because that Paranoia hit hard on Arrow, like able to get a lot of value on that Paranoia. He's got 3 assists for himself, and I think 2 of those assists were just Paranoia assists, and the other one of course on the fact that he's able to hit a couple of shots. But now Maxi able to get the buys online. Arrow still trying to force through. They'll get caught out, but not before Darky actually managed to punish Criminal for going a little too aggressive. Now the guiding light coming out, but JLFly holding on. He finds a second for himself. Going for the reload. Will not come through on time as Darky picks up a third. Arrow with an advantage, and Pokemonster unfortunately facing a technical issue.
Nope. I mean, Pokemon again, unfortunately, as I did mention, experiencing a little bit of issue in the game here. Arrow, up till now, do seem pretty successful. They've got themselves an entire side control, but on the other hand, Maxi was the one who won the first round. That means Arrow pretty much forced inside the game. Darky, though, is looking quite confident, but it seems like Dexter, well, is not going to be letting him feel himself anymore. Pro, they're going to be taking out Dexter. They pretty much do know Pokemon maybe is having some issues. I think they can go on A side and probably try to take him out of the game and convert that into some money. Well, hey, that does sound quite lame, right?
Yeah, I mean, but hey, money is money, right? So I think they will try to do that. I don't think they'll have enough time to actually find him, because they have to check every single corner. They don't actually know that he's in that east side, so should be able to survive. And I wonder if he is back. But right here, this push from Criminal not at all necessary, because what it does is that it gives Darky a weapon to pick up, and he translates that weapon into 2 more kills, because of which the side control is taken for Arrow, and they're actually able to pick up the round win. Even though it was without Pokemonster, I feel like Maxi could have pulled through that round because of the weapons advantage, but Criminal too aggressive on that peak, especially on the Sova. You have got to be a lot more patient, and you've got to wait for your opponents to strike before you make your mark. But look at this. Pokemons are actually not making it, and no technical timeout from Maxi. I'm a little confused, but I guess they're just going to go for it.
It really does seem like we aren't really seeing any technical timeouts being taken here as well. So that means Maxi do seem quite comfortable in their approach. Maybe they have realized that, okay, this is just an eco round. You can probably try to get it off. And oh no, Tivix missing quite a lot of shots. And what's going on? Arrow, no! Hotchild as well, missing those crucial shots. You can't really afford those kind of things happening, but hey, they have managed to correct themselves out, so that is quite great as well. spike being planted. It's a 2-on-4 situation here. I'm expecting a little bit more damage from the side of Max Steve. Musab is just holding it. He's just holding it up. Now keep this in mind. The Sky is still AFK on this spawn, which is going to be Pokemonster. That means it's all down to Musab. It's pretty much a 1-on-4 situation going on here. He also has the Frenzy in the hand to try and deal as much as damage onto the attackers when they try to exit the site, and this is what exactly is happening. MSK slowly, steadily approaching the field. He did get the kill for himself as that AFK one, but Musab instantly strikes in. That means he also has secured a weapon for his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god,
And
what?
will be able to go for the save. Does get taken down, never mind. Not going for the save, instead does get taken down, and there's a round picked up for the side of Arrow. I hope we get to see technical timeout get to come out now, because it is a bit weird that Pokemonster is still not back and they are continuing on with their rounds, but we'll find out soon enough. This round though, I feel like because of the fact that without that Sky or Pokemonster actually being there, the aggression of Arrow cannot be contested, so instead they get put in a position where they can do whatever they want. They can play as they please without the contesting actually coming through from Pokemonster, especially since he's continuously been the top fragger from Max D in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, as you did mention, I mean, he does have a massive kind of impact on the game. And again, I mean, Pokemonster still having a little bit of problems. You can already do see those faces coming out. And again, it seems like Jufla as well is having a little bit of issue because we don't really see his camera feed. Same thing goes with Pokemon. I mean, his 2 players are not really being seen from the side of Max Steve, which is quite unfortunate. If this just keeps on going throughout the time or throughout the day, that means well, Arrow will be pretty much handed over free win on the map of Heaven. We still don't really know about the upcoming maps in though. But hey, yep, as we did mention, 2 players are not really being seen. Oh no, actually it's just only Pokemonster. He's not really being seen in the game. And I'm expecting him to be back soon.
It is definitely a little weird because I do think the teams have allotted at least 5 minutes on a tech timeout and we haven't seen that yet. Instead, I guess Max D electing to continue without Pokemonster. I'm not sure why, but the game will go on and it's a 4v5. Arrow now being able to take mid control. They're just gonna waltz in into garage, no contestation, and now gonna look for the C site execute with the Killjoy lockdown set up. There is a tiny spot where JL Fly can play on the backer side, but instead he's just gonna back up, wait for his team, and then play on the retake with them.
So did mention instead it's just going to be backing off. Look at that. I mean, unfortunately, the Zoa did get detained. This is quite unfortunate.
Spike planted.
Now, Criminal, I mean, his position's still not really being compromised, so he's looking quite great for now because his teammates are there to provide him that backup. We do see the Outdrone is out as well to kind of scout the areas out. Outdrone out. It's got taken out instantly. That means Proto's position is also being compromised, but look at that wonderful shot coming in from MSK. But now this time it seems like he's not really going to be overcommitting himself. And on the other hand, Arrow just completely stomping on the lads off. Oh no, completely stamping on the lads off MS. Oh, what's going on? But hold on, we might just see a little bit of a comeback.
Oh, he's back.
But no, is he back? Oh yeah, he was back a little too late though. I mean, he didn't really have any gun in his hands. And yeah, Proto pretty much will get himself 3K in that previous round. That means that's going to be helping Arrow out quite a lot in their economy.
Yeah, and it will also mean that the Seeker should be online for Prota, and with that, a 3-1 lead for the side of Team Arrow. I think now with Pokemonster back, we'll actually get to see a lot more contention from the side of Max D itself. He's able to get a weapon for Criminal. Musab gonna play on his Blade Storm. A couple of Spectres picked up, so a bit of a force buy from the side of Max D. We'll see how they're able to make it work, because now with that Sky, they can actually play the way they want to. They take that A-long control, and now they're happy to give away that mid control because they had something for themselves, having got Dexter into that A-long position. Pokemonster gonna go for the full rotate, but JL Fly caught completely off guard by Godchild. He gets taken down, and Jivix finding another suddenly with no ado. Like, Prota actually pushing strong, and Arrow looking too damn good.
Exactly. Now, finally, Pokemonster is back, so he already kind of opened the fray up with himself for that one kill. That's great flash. Look at Chivix for how long he was blind. It just shows how deadly those flashes are in general. And if a man like Pokemaster is yielding that Sky in his hands, I'm pretty much expecting greatness out of this lad. Well, now he's already made himself that kind of an entrance near those double boxes. This is perfect. Now, Pokemonster pretty much wants to convert a lot of kills there. Unfortunately, he's not really going to be able to do that. What didn't really work around with Dexter there. But yeah, the voices in the head told me that, I mean, the lads of Max Team already utilized both their tech timeouts. That means the 10-minute timeout that was already being taken. That's why you guys heard us talking for a really long time before the game.
I mean, I guess that does make sense. Hopefully they don't face further technical issues and we get to see the matches come through in full contest. But once again, they're gonna go for semi-bye, I guess. Only Pokemonster going for the bye while the rest of his team goes for the trades. I think this has definitely affected the communication morale for them to a certain extent, but let's see if they are able to bounce back. Now you see Musab pushing in aggressively, does take down the turret, but Godchild able to take down a teammate for Max D. So one player down now with the Sky Flashes coming in. They're ready for the A-side execute, but we talked about this. Arrow is not a hasty team. Once they take control, they wait a moment, they try to catch the opposite team off guard. In their pushes, they punish them and then they go for the execute.
Oh my god, what? He still manages to take out Proto out of the game, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna be so disappointed in himself. And Arrow, this is not the Arrow we saw in the qualifiers one. Oh my god, this is a complete different Arrow being seen. So much tactical approach being taken, and this is what we were exactly talking about, right? They learned from their mistakes, and Arrow now is playing so slow. They're playing so passive. They are taking those tactical approaches inside the game, and this is what I really do like to see. And I feel like that's the main reason behind Arrow's success until now. I mean, yeah, Pokemonster wasn't even in the game, but still, I feel like Arrow is doing quite a great job dealing against the lads of Max D.
And you can see that they've just sort of calmed down a little bit in their approach, but they're still very aggressive in their initial control. I think a key component of that is the fact that Protagonist is actually playing the Sova and Godchild is playing the Sky. Like in their previous iteration, we saw Godchild playing Reyna on Haven. So the fact that he switched on to the Sky now enables them to play a lot more tactically, a lot more for control, and then go for the executes, but retains the aim that we saw from Godchild in the semifinals itself, where Protagonist gets to play that pure playmaker support role, and it really enables the entire style of the team. I love the fact that Arrow have switched that up. But look at this, having taken that initial control, we talked about this a lot. They're now going to leverage the position that Killjoy and Darky has got for himself towards the mid side and try to make likely a C-side execute happen.
Revealing area.
Recon's out and C-Long. You should reveal a lot of things because now they do know that there's no one really in C-Long area. Maybe you might just see a little bit of oh my god, here comes the Cosmic Divide. That means the B-side execute is probably the main plan. That's a great shock dart. Jinx down to low HP, but unfortunately not really able to convert those shock darts into kill. Look at this now. Criminal Seeker's out as well. This might just be absolutely massive. This is going to be distracting the entire squad of Arrow. And yep, look at that. Pokemonster already does have himself a decent amount of side control. Paranoia being out. Concussions being utilized. So many utilities are being baited out. And still, I mean, there is one more kind of error right there in the Killjoy's abilities. But look at that. Gothchild getting himself those two massive frags. And again, JL kind of trying to convert those initial taken kills. And what's going on? Within a blink of an eye, what happened in that round? So much chaos, and it really seemed like it was a close-range battlefield.
Yeah, an extremely poor retake, I would say, from Maxi. Like, the idea was there. Yeah. You pop the Seekers, take back the site before they even get time to get into their post plants, and then set up the smokes and go for the diffuse. But rule number one, and this is for you audience as well when you're playing the compies, rule number one of playing against the Killjoy on post plants, break the damn swarm grenades before you do anything else.
Yeah.
You can hear them as soon as you come close, and they did come close. They heard them for sure, so don't really understand why. You don't even need to look down and break them. You can just spam around the area, and even if you get one, it's more than enough. So Max D, I feel like they are a little flustered right now, not showing their best, but Arrow calculated as ever, so damn precise, using that drone to enable Jivix to walk in, able to take out the recon bolt as well. Now full size C-side control. They know there's a couple players in garage, and once they get the plant out, they can just pop the Seekers, make sure there is no retake.
Yeah, this is not really looking great for the side of Max D here. And as I did mention about these teams past, these teams have faced against each other in the past, and Well, it was pretty much just Arrow stomping over the lads of Max D, and the same thing is happening again. Arrow is just completely stomping on the lads of Max D, and I don't really know what's going on right now. I don't know what to expect in the future as well, because even the Poke Monsters back online, still it does really seem like that team coordination, that team overall team synchronization is missing quite a lot. They just don't really seem in sync. On the other hand, Arrow, they're looking quite great. They can take a tactical approach if they want. They can be aggressive if they want. Pretty much a flexible style of gameplay is being shown. Yeah, Max D, even though they do have a lot of experience, it still seems like they are lacking quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Arrow, I feel like have elevated their style and their gameplay to an extent beyond which we even expected. So I love the fact that they're not content with just that wildcard spot. They want to win it. They understand that they dropped the ball against Salt and they want to redeem themselves. So Arrow now really pushing in aggressively. The drone coming out as well as the Seekers, meaning not only did they get the site, but they know exactly where they are. But the Hunter's Fury from Criminal is perfect, able to spot them out. Jivix though with the side control takes out Fly. Now using the information from his Seekers, looking for more, but the shots miss and the crouch from Criminal is just too damn good, able to catch Jivix off guard, and suddenly Max D have the 4v3 lead, but not the positional advantage. It's all down to Godchild.
Oh my god. Well, it's all down to Godchild, and it seems like he's going to be making it work though. Godchild, for now, is healing himself. MSK and Godchild will have to work around with each other. That's a great flash, but it doesn't matter. Well, Max D finally seems like they've stepped themselves up. Criminal with a 4K, and this is what somewhat kills me. What? That was a fantastic shot from Dark. What? What's that? Oh my god, Darky. Well, it definitely seems like he definitely has a dark side for himself. He's just connecting some inhuman shots again.
Oh, wow.
What? Wow. Darky. That's an inhuman play right there.
Replay, please. Thank you very much. Look at this. Like, this is the initial push. Very well done by Max Day to try and deny the control and contest the push itself. The Hunter Fury was perfect, but Darky using perfect, getting perfect value from the tracers. The second kill on Criminal was straight up just illegal. What? I was not just expected someone to be pushing him to instant flick though. That was extremely scary from Darky. Picks that kill and then plays it patiently. I think Dexter getting a little too flustered. Darky picks up the round. That's gonna break down the confidence and morale of Max D to a ridiculous extent. Like, we're not getting to see the tacticality that we want from that Sova Sky combination. They're not taking proactive control across the map. Even the A-long control that they were initially trying to take is being contested by Arrow and denied. I feel like Arrow versus Max D right now is reminding me of Arrow versus Salt, where everything Max D tries to do, Arrow just say no. But what is that, a visual bug? Jivix and Godchild don't have weapons? Technical issues, maybe?
I don't know myself. But, I mean, yeah, my brain is pretty much, it has, yeah, they definitely do not have weapons because this is where Jivix is using the Blade Storm. But now pretty much decides to back off. He also doesn't really have two of the Cloud Burst for himself. Arrow looking pretty dominant throughout the game. It's 1-8. This 1-8 is the scoreline. And again, it seems like the pass is repeating. Max D, somewhere down line, it really does seem like Arrow is Max D's weakness, and Arrow pretty much just exploiting that fact over and over again, punishing Max D for all the mistakes that they're making. And no matter what mistakes there are, Arrow is just always so successful in punishing those kind of mistakes. Dexter as well. Position being compromised, that this pull might just be one of the greatest pulls out there, but no, instead it was a concussion. I feel like if you would have utilized that pull, if you did have a decent amount of info on Dexter, you could have utilized the pull onto Dexter to try to force him out of his position. Moves up in the box, backlines, yep, position being compromised. Jivix is pretty much going to be deleting him out the game. This is where Poke Monster trying to walk inside the side to make that retake happen, but where is the backup fire? Jailfly pretty much came in so late. That's why Poke Monster got taken out of the game. And this is what I'm exactly saying. We are seeing so much lack in coordination. We're seeing so much lack in communication. And this is why Max D is on those struggling phases for now. This is where, look at this now. Max D walking inside. Yep, Omen again seems so unaware. They just don't really have each other backs.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like, I think in general, Max, they are very, very flustered. I feel like they're almost giving up on this map. And I have to give props to Jivix because this is a change from Arrow besides the Sova Sky, where Jivix has come in instead of Batsab. And it feels like he's a lot more patient in general, where he's willing to still make the aggressive plays, but do it at the right timing. We put a lot of emphasis on the idea that execution is going to be the most important aspect of this matchup. And Arrow have cleaned up every single point where I think they thought they needed refining after qualifier 1. The number one, of course, was the pure aggression playstyle. Needed to have a lot more of the careful nature, right? It's not that you don't need to stop the aggression, it just means you need to make it happen at the right time. And they've done that on 2 notes. One, with Godchild shifting onto the sky, which allows Prota to play purely playmaker, and he plays that so well. And number 2, Jivix, you can see he's still very aggressive, still the first player into the site for his team, but at the right moments, waits for the right utility to come out to facilitate his presence and then pushes in. Arrow looked formidable on Haven.
Arrow definitely did look quite formidable. But look at this now. I mean, take a look at the scoreboard as well. Oh man, things are looking they're looking pretty shaky for the side of Max D, because look at that. We do see a Bulldog being pulled out from the side of Killjoy, which means, well, this round is going to be so crucial for their economy. They need this desperately if they want to make a lot of things happen here. That board definitely did reveal quite a lot of info. That means, yep, they do have that setup coming in. Look at Arrow. They're just so in sync. They're working with each other all the single time. All the time they're working with each other. Look at Dexter as well. Kind of making sure if the underpass is great. Yes, the Tiger has cleared it out. That means the Trailblazer has cleared it out. Now they do have the underpass area control as well, and this is where Dexter, I feel like he might just make some shiny plays.
Look at this. The info on A-Long and B is key, but they're relying a lot on JL Fly to play the pure anchor on both C and Garage. With no backup on his alarm bot, this could be devastating. Because you can see Arrow, the way they're setting up, I think it's all going to be all about the Cosmic Divide to cut off the angles for JL Fly, and then the aggressive push to come in. Should likely happen in about a few seconds. So, hey, thank you, Arrow. Makes me feel validated. But look at this. Now, I really like this Cosmic Divide too, because as the defenders, you can't necessarily be sure. Well, now they got the info, they are sure, but you can't be sure if it's on B or C. But with the Seekers coming out, Maxi pushing in, it's just spam central in C.
What's going on? Jivix is the only man who's trying to fight back in this position, and he still manages to escape out of it. Oh no. That's a little bit of questionable move coming out from the side of Max D, but hey, as long as they do get the round back converted into a win, that's what really matters the most. And such a slow approach being taken again from the side of Arrow. And if you compare this Arrow to the Arrow that we saw in the past, I mean, there's a massive change in the pace, and this is what I like to see, right? Finally learning from their mistakes, what kind of mistakes they committed against the last assaults. Now they're kind of trying to redeem themselves, and they do realize this is the only chance they can have pretty much to qualify in the future lines for the VCC, so they cannot screw this up no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Having said that, this is just map 1, so now it's a lot about confidence, I feel like, for Maxi, because I feel like maybe this map too far out for actually a comeback. Still possible, but going to be very difficult. Even if they don't actually make a full comeback, they need to get back their confidence, and looks like they are doing exactly that. What's picking the first blood, but Jivix sneaking himself in, finds one hand and double. The wall bank is perfect, jiggling to dodge out the shots from Dexter on the wall bank too. Jivix surviving by the edge of his teeth. Jivix maintaining that A-Long position, now turning the tables on what was a great start for Max.
Was a great start for Max D. Criminal pretty much making some criminal moves happening, already opening the fray up. That means, well, things are looking quite shaky for the side of Arrow. And yes, finally, we do see Max D stepping up. That was, I gotta say, that was a well-synchronized gameplay. This team definitely did seem quite in sync in that previous round. And finally, we do see the second half coming in. Now, this pistol round is going to be pretty much deciding the fate for the last Max D. If they do manage to win the pistol round, that means they will pretty much win the upcoming round as well, try to follow it up, and that will be setting up the momentum for the future games.
Yeah, exactly. So that momentum is going to be so important. And the fact that they got this last round on the defensive half as well means that they can now go into half, and I feel like their composition itself will be a lot more comfortable, because in general, the one other advantage the Omen gives with the KJ is that the KJ no longer has to worry about playing that pure lurker role, where she is a little weaker as compared to the Cypher. The Omen can make up in that gap where the Omen and KJ combined will likely be watching the back areas, and then the duelists combined with the two initiators play for the proactive control. Musab doing exactly that. The recon as well as the guiding light used. He gets a ton of information and he converts, finds the first blood for his team. Now they're gonna resettle, reevaluate, come back for his second, go for a long control, and wait for their lurkers and Killjoy and Omen to actually give them some information before they make the moves. But with Prota going down, even though he took out Musab, that just instantly means the floodgates open up and A side is up for grabs.
Yeah, as you did mention, that means the floodgates open up, and it's straight up going to be flooding in the side. Maxi, well, they do have the man advantage. At the same time, they also do have the side control, and getting a retake onto the A side, I feel like is one of the most toughest things to do. That means Arrow will have to face quite a bit of challenge here to at least make any kind of things happen. Oh no, this tag is just so massive. This is absolutely huge. This revealed quite a lot of things. That means now they do know that Darky and Astra, both of them are in the same position. No one's going to be on the flank lines. All three of them can be focused here. And look at the confidence being shown from Poke Monster. Already with the 3K, this is pretty much going to be giving him that 4K as well. And oh my god, it seems like, well, Poke Monster is pretty much making some monstrous plays happen.
Yeah, and I will say, while this is still the pistol, I do want to see a different default from the side of Arrow, because while the Killjoy is really strong on C, I feel like against more or less mirror composition, with the Killjoy gives you a lot more value when you're playing her on the B garage default rather than the C garage default, where she's controlling both B and garage, because this means that you can stack double on A and double on C and play a much more proactive style the way Arrow actually likes. Having said that, this is just an eco, so they're going to just go for the gamble rush, try to find a couple of trades, maybe pick up a couple of weapons for themselves. But I think the position has been revealed with the turret going down. So now Arrow ready for it, and they're going to find the kills. JL Fly picking up a double. Arrow actually not getting anything. Baxley mowing them down at the same time, taking C control for themselves as well. Arrow will have no dice.
Arrow will have no time, and look at Musab as well. Oh, Arrow, I mean, pretty much down to that one last man alive, as I did mention. After winning that pistol round, it's going to be setting a massive momentum for the lads of Max D. And they pretty much did win that. That means now the momentum is looking a little bit favored on the side of Max D. And I'm expecting them to keep on following this momentum. And I'm expecting this map to at least be really close. Because up till now, Max D, since the pistol round, they have seemed pretty dominant. So I'm expecting them to pretty much continue at the same pace, as I did mention, in the future lines as well. Now, Darky, last man alive. I don't really know what to expect from his side, because all his main kind of goal here to do is try and deal as much as damage as possible on the lads of Maxi. But I'm pretty sure Maxi is not going to be falling into his trap that easily. They do hear it. They do hear him.
Absolutely. And Darky just like, well, I can't save a pistol, my guy. I'm just trying to get some damage done, but he's too late. Gets taken out by Max D, and it will be now a back-to-back rounds picked up, and without losing, losing much in terms of weaponry. Only Musab going down. He was just carrying a Spectre, so sorry, Frenzy. So what that means is now they have a bonus come through for them. Scratch that. GL Fly just investing onto a full Phantom. He's dropping his Spectre onto Musab, which is a little weird for me, because usually it's the other way around, where the Killjoy drops the gun to the Jet and the Jet actually plays on the full buy. But instead, Musab willing to play on the Spectre, I think largely because he wants to play this close angle, but because of the fact that Jivix is holding it down, he gets shut down. You can see Arrow adapting to the playstyle of Max D, understanding that the A lobby contest is very important for Max D. They deny the Suez control, and with that guiding light, they ensure that Long isn't taken either. Now gonna invest a drone to make sure Suez isn't. Arrow, the utility investment is perfect. They're denying Max D the way they want to play.
As you did mention, they're denying Max D.
Oh no.
Oh no, no one is expecting this push! Oh my god, 2 free kills! 2 free kills, and yes, they are. Jim's already with the 3K, starting the day off with a banger. What's going on? Well, Arrow, it seems like, well, they're just dropping the entire momentum that's being shown from the side of Max E and Dexter. Dexter, you're not roaming around in the garden, my guy.
I'm just really confused as to why the Sova is watching long when their Trailblazer is
Yeah.
going long, because they have to have heard that Trailblazer. Criminal needs to be watching the Sewers angle because
Yeah.
it's like Criminal is trying to play like a duelist, I guess, trying to capitalize on this guy's utility, but that's not what you want to do. You need to protect Pokemonster while he's in that Trailblazer form, just like you would expect him to protect you when you're in the drone. So a bit of a weird position from Criminal does mean 2 free kills go over to Arrow, but hey, that was a bit of a bonus. Only JL Fly, as you can see, he made the investment.
Oh,
Now onto Rico, but
okay. Well,
Arrow just aggressive, shifting on their dynamic duo onto C Long. They've already picked up 3 kills for themselves.
Arrow completely demolishing the lads of Max T. None of this was expected by any of us, I'm pretty sure. And Arrow is just completely gathering our attention, and it seems like, well, this time they're like, well, the history has been continuing, and why should it change out of nowhere? This is what Arrow is doing again. In the past, as I did mention, I'm mentioning it again, Arrow has defeated the lads of Max T on a 2-0. And we might just see it happening again. On the map of Heaven, they do seem pretty dominant. 11 rounds already given away. And from what I think so, making a comeback possible from this kind of a scoreline has to be one of the like toughest tasks, or pretty much impossible.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's definitely next to impossible right now. But let's see. Maybe Max T are the team to show us that they can do it. They have to go for the first buys, and they do exactly that. They are a little blessed because of the fact that the Blade Storm is on Musab, so it makes the first buy a lot more bearable. But without this round, they'll give up map point and give up their economy, so they need this in the bag. They're trying to get aggressive themselves, understanding that Arrow is likely to do the same. Arrow doing so, taking mid control with the help of that Jet Sky duo that we've seen them do regularly. Albeit was with different players. Despite the players changing, the roles are the exact same. The Jet Sky take control and he gets traded on the other side of the map. Max T, for them, they've got a shot now, trying to get themselves onto A long, setting up the Seekers as they go for the execute. It's all down to Musab. He needs to use the information from the Seekers to get the first blood.
As you did mention, he needs to use that info from those Seekers to actually convert it into some frags. But I feel like, yeah, being a little safe for now, because they do have a lot of map control. They do have some side control as well. And there is one more lad in the backlines. If you can see the minimap, there is Omen lurking around, but oh no. He was expected. Unfortunately, Dexter wasn't really able to convert a lot of things out of that. Spike being planted, pretty much an easy plant coming in. But Arrow as well, I mean, they do realize it's one of the most daunting tasks to get a retake happening on the A side there. So that's why we do see the lads of Arrow slowly and steadily trying to make the retake happen here. Burst being out, and that's a great shot from Criminal. Pretty much going to be sending Proto down to hell. And this is where Criminal now wants to convert a lot of things. Again, Godchild's moving inside. Those are some great flashes. And guess what? Arrow pretty much get another retake in their hands, another round. Wow, it's going to be 5-12. One more round needed for Arrow to close the deal, or to seal the deal on the map of Heaven.
And this is why I like Jivik so much, and in general, Arrow's mentality, they understand every aspect of how they Max D is likely to play, because they've been that team that Max D is right now. Before the uncontrolled aggression, the more of the focusing on what is going on in front of you rather than the bigger picture. And it feels like Arrow went back from Qualifiers 1. They understood that we've got the idea of these small moments in the back, these small executes, the small control they take. We need to focus more on the bigger picture, and they've come out really strong on the basis of that. Now again, going for the mid control, expecting, because of the fact that there was no contestation from Maxi in the last round, this time to come through. Jivix misses the opening shot, and Musab actually makes MSK pay, but the trades come out from Prota. He finds a double, and 4v3 on the map point for Arrow. They have the advantage, they have the ultimates even to play on retake on C if it gets taken over.
Oh no, I mean, I hate to say this, but I'm regretting my predictions that I made here, because Arrow is just completely stomping on the last Max D, and I did not expect this. I'm pretty sure none of us did, and that's a fantastic Hunter's Fury as well. With pretty much immaculate gameplay coming out from this mod of Arrow, and wow. I mean, gotta see, I mean, even if the situations are getting quite dicey, Arrow is easily able to get themselves out of those.
Yeah, 13-5, a dominating win
Wow.
picked up by your finalists of Qualifier 1. Arrow pick up a map lead in the semi-finals of Qualifier 2, looking to get themselves back in the position where they lost it all. And damn, the redemption was clean. Arrow switching up composition, switching up their jet player. They look like a brand new team, as if they've emerged from their ashes like a phoenix rising through. Arrow just so damn good.
As you did mention, it seemed like it was not just the arrow that we've seen in the qualifier
Yeah.
one. This is a complete new arrow, and just because of that one change coming in, we just saw the entire team also kind of playing pretty controllably. Pretty utilizing those tactics as well, trying to play in sync. And this is what was really missing on the on
Yeah.
the other side of Maxi. But what else? Like, do you have any points to add on? Like, why Maxi was just so weak?
I felt like they got very flustered in the starting with Pokemonster's technical issues, and then them not actually getting to play the style they want, because both of the teams, we talked about this with the Sky, like on Haven, on defense, A lobby control is ridiculously important. If you're not taking A lobby control, then you need to have a lot more area on the map. For example, what Arrow was doing when they were leaving A lobby out for Max D on their defense was that they were taking all of mid for themselves, and that sort of compensation was not there for Max D on their defense, where they were kept trying to contest the same areas. The defaults rarely ever change. We saw JL Fly play Seaside across the entire map, and I would have liked to see that switch up. You can still play KJ A and B anchor. There are ways to play. There are particular setups. It's harder than C, but it can still happen, and that didn't happen at all. You can even play KJB and Garage Anchor. You need to change up the setups so that your Jet and Sky get the room to maneuver around the map and find different pockets of control, because if you keep going back in the same place, I mean, I don't need to say this. Arrow is a really brilliant team. They're not going to let you get away with it. They're going to punish you hard. And when a team like Arrow gets the confidence they need, well, they're unstoppable.
Yeah, they're unstoppable. That means pretty much what you want to say here, that it might be a 2-0. I mean, that's pretty much what you are
Uh,
pretty much pointing towards, I
no,
guess.
no. I'm
No,
not entirely
no.
sure, because this was still
Hmm.
Arrow's map. I do think Max they have it in them to reset and come back stronger on their own map. But I will say, with the way Arrow looked, if this had been what I was expecting, I think my predictions would have been different. But I still expect 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, I do expect 3 maps as well, but I was a little bit heavily relying, if you ask me when I was making those predictions, I was heavily relying on Maxi's like overall the just backup they have overall,
Yeah.
the confidence they have in general, how much history they have when it comes to playing events as well. So I was expecting Maxi to actually be a pretty much well synchronized team at the same time, much more tactical approach inside the game. But somewhere down the line, I mean, Maxi was trying to be tactical, but it just really seemed like some of the main or some of the key players were getting shut down early, which is quite important. If you do have some of the kind of players you realize you rely heavily on making those plays happen and kind of support those tactical approaches inside the game, and you already do see those kind of players being taken out the game early off, then I do understand it does get quite hard to actually make those tactical approaches happen. All you have to do is take those aim duels. On the other hand,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Pokemonster, I felt like I was expecting a little bit
Yeah.
much more from his side. Unfortunately, I think so, he was quite AFK for three rounds, if I'm not wrong. He was AFK for three to
Yeah.
four rounds, and then he came in quite late. That means it does make sense, even if his momentum wasn't really able to start off early, but he could have still tried to redeem himself. But somewhere down the line, it just really seemed like, as you did mention in the between of the game as well, it seemed like they had just given up. It seemed like they completely gave up.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they were in the right mindset to actually pull off a comeback. So maybe they will be able to do so on their own map pick in map 2. But hey, I kept applauding this player throughout the game. I have to do it again. Jivix has been outstanding on that Jet. 6 first bloods to his name, inhabiting every role that his team needs to perfection, and not really showing the lack of that second duelist as a big issue for the side of Aero. You can see Godchild himself having shifted onto Sky. While he hasn't got as many kills as he used to, he certainly got the impact plays to enable the player like Jivix. They were always together on their defense, taking control for their team, and I feel like this freed up protagonist as a whole. He could play with the Godchild and Jivix when they tried to make the moves. He could also play anchor on the Sova. It has freed up protagonist to really explore himself as a player, and because of that, I feel like Arrow has come through all around. Every single player stepping up and playing beautifully on Haven today.
As you did mention it, because of that, you really do feel like, Arrow just came and had completely
Yeah.
stomped on the lads of Max D, honestly. And again, I'm going to say this again. I'm just so kind of astonished by the fact that they got destroyed really badly.
Yeah, I mean, for now though, that is the end of map one. We still have got two more, so anything can happen. It is the game of Valorant. You know it. Things just go up and down. It's a roller coaster always. But let's see if Arrow are able to maintain their momentum in map two. We'll take a short break and be back with you in a jiffy.
Steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our growing partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is CA, and joining me is Necro for this semi-final series between Max D and Team Arrow. And right now, Arrow, it just looks like they've hit the bullseye with how they want to play. They have elevated themselves to another level, Necro. So going on to Bind, I feel like Arrow is still good on Bind. We need to see a brand new Max D.
Yeah, Arrow are pretty much fantastic on Bind in the past as well. We have seen in the qualifiers. One, Arrow do have it, the makings of a great team on the map of Bind without a doubt.
Yeah.
So now we have to expect a curveball from these out of Max D. There's no way they just stick to the initials and try and play Bind, because I'm pretty sure Arrow has worked around it. And now Max D, if they actually do want to keep themselves inside the qualifiers too and pretty much go to the semifinals, they will have to make sure the mistakes that they kind of made in the past time, in the past map of Haven, they don't really repeat the same on the map of Bind as well. But what do you think so? Are you going to be seeing some changes coming out? Because I personally want to see some changes, because if they just stick to initials, I feel like they can be pretty predictable.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they're not going to be able to adapt themselves and continuously play much more on the standard defaults they play throughout, then I'd rather see a double duelist where they have a lot more self-sufficiency in their ability to hold down their particular angles rather than play double initiator, which is so much harder to execute. You need to have adaptability. You need to be able to predict your opponent's gameplay. And for the side of Team Arrow, while the same like idea continues, like I think their composition is already perfect. I do think they might end up changing it because if I remember correctly, Gottschall does play Raze in general on Bind. So I expect maybe the Jet Raze to come through for Jivix Gottschall. That way they play the single initiator with Prota going back onto the sky. Because while on Haven, you need the Sova without doubt. On Bind,
Yeah.
he's not as necessary. But hey, the one thing I will hold out for, which will definitely, okay, not definitely, likely not happen, is a KO. I still feel like he's one of the best because Sky is too strong to say the best. But if not Sky, like KO is right there on how top tier initiators, and we haven't really seen it from teams confidently. Like we saw it once from Damru in Nepal, but other than that, we didn't really get to see. So maybe one team will pull out KO, maybe Max D.
Yeah, as you did mention, we only saw that KO being pulled out in the Nepal region without a doubt. But again, as you did mention, you do want to see that KO being pulled out.
Yeah.
And the KO solo combination, I feel like somewhere down line it
Yeah.
doesn't really work, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, on the other hand, yes, maybe KO and Sky combination, it does work sometimes because both teams do reveal quite a lot of things. But KO's revelation of things is quite different. It's not the same as a Sova or Sky. The way KO reveals is quite different. Yeah, it does also help reveal a lot of kind of things because you do see, okay, if there are a lot of duelists kind of present on the one side, that means you can pretty much, okay, try and realize, okay, maybe there is this push happening. But on the other hand, Sky is kind of an Asian. You can also make a lot of aggressive plays happen. But KO, I mean, it just really comes down to how team kind of, decides to play and how it decides to kind of, think moments out for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in general though, like if you play the Chaos Sova combination, it has to be with the KO act functioning as a pseudo duelist, not really
Yeah,
as an
yeah,
initiator.
yeah,
But
yeah.
hey, it doesn't matter. For now, Arrow, they're not gonna change what already works for them. They're continuing on with the exact same combination. Godchild on that Sky, protagonist on the Sova and Jivix, carrying the burden of being the solo duelist. He did that beautifully in the first map. We'll see if he's able to replicate the same level of performance in map 2. Because hold on, I think Max D maybe have a roster change here. I don't think so actually. If I notice the player names correctly, oh, there is a roster change. But all right,
Oh,
Trans coming back, and I believe Trans is one of the OG members from the days where they played in the international stage. So I'm excited to see in general his experience will add on as well. Because Real Fly, while he wasn't able to adapt, did play a decent anchor role on
mhm.
Haven. But look at this, Trans already so aggressive on the anchor role, willing to find the peaks, able to shut down that B-long aggression from Arrow and find the first blood for his team, already making an impact.
As you did mention, I mean, Jail Fly was doing quite great as well, but still, as we did mention, it just really seems like somewhere down the line that team isn't really working together. It really seemed like something is there separating them out the game, and this is what exactly. Maybe I'm expecting this to kind of fill the void up that was being created on the first map. Initially, Criminal, oh now, getting kind of hard with the bow in his hands, and he will be taking out the game as well. What's going on, Arrow? Oh no, they're just destroying again. They're destroying the lads of Max again out the game. Pokemon's position being revealed. That was a great flash. Really able to blind him out the game, but still, Trans down low. One shot needs to be connected onto Trans. That will pretty much straight out the game, and yes, it does. Now, MSK, it's all down to Poke Monster. It's a 2-on-1 situation. MSK down low as well. That means they will have to play a great game here, and this is what they're looking for as well. Both of them
30
are
seconds
sticking with each other.
left.
They do realize even if one man goes down, we can pretty much try and trade things out.
Pokemon's going to take the TP as he looks to find the rotation onto the B side. As you mentioned, both of the players down low, so if Pokemonster can play this safe, he will be able to pull it off, but he's got very little time on his hands. Fakes out the plant, going for the peek now, finds one right click, but not able to connect on the second. The Frenzy way better at repositioning and connecting as compared to the Classic. So a nice effort from Pokemonster. This is the sort of try we wanted to see on Haven. I will applaud it, but Arrow, consistent as ever, they pull out the round. Darky especially playing contact swing with his turret, beautifully able to delay the push on A shot for so long and force the spike to be dropped down there. But Max D in an impossible position despite them having the first blood in that round.
As you did say, what a fantastic position. And I mean, Max D, yeah, they did do quite a lot of damage onto them. They did manage to get kind of 4 men down. That means they should be looking quite good on their economy, at least for now. So I'm not really expecting them to force. If they want to make sure they're looking quite good on the next rounds as well. Trans again with the Ghost. Hopefully it doesn't really spread a ball down the crossbar that they have set up inside Hoot. One kill has already been found by Dogchild, pretty much opening the fray up. It should give them a lot of confidence in general. Now Arrow, here a heavy presence outside the short area. MSK as well, just completely tucked inside. Now, look, CA, about the lamp angle that MSK is holding, I don't really know why. I have kind of a shaky kind of opinion about this angle. I feel like it always does get hard cleared, and yes, this is exactly what happened. Got hard cleared again. Now it's all left with Darky. He will have to make those individual plays happen. If he doesn't, pretty much his team will be crumbling down. But no, Darky will pretty much try and make things happen. That was a great shot from Criminal, but hey, Rona's there to try things happen. But yeah, again, getting back to Convo that I was trying to start with you is that close lamp angle. Do you expect that is a good angle? I personally really think so. The angle is not that great because teams usually do tend to kind of hard clear it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, normally when I see it once in a while, I like it because it's an off angle that you can surprise them with. While they do clear it every single time, you're rarely going to actually expect a player to be there. But in general, given the fact that they played the same angle with Darky going on the contact swing with his turret in the pistol, you don't want to repeat that because once it has happened to Maxi, they're 100% going to make sure there's no one in that shorter angle because they understand how punishing it can be. Transplays by shields, never mind.
Well, oh man, another flash out. Well, reveal his position. Wow, that's a great take as well. He's down low. I did not really see that team coming in. That was so quick. Dexter down to half HP, unfortunately now. And look at that. He also does have a spike in his hands. The only person that has her ultimate up is going to be Pokemonster from the side of Max D. Decides to back off. That's a great flash again. And yes, they also do get the bathroom's control for themselves. Criminal getting completely flushed out, getting completely destroyed in the position he had. Look at that satchel. Oh no, that satchel approach coming in. That doesn't turret. The momentum got completely stopped. The turret actually gets the kill on the moonshot. Look at MSK. He finds himself those 2 massive kills for the Sheriff. Oh my god, Arrow, what's going on? No matter what they try to do, no matter what next day tries to do, you're always getting stopped. You're getting completely stomped here. Monster does hear that teleport coming in and just run and gun out of it didn't really work out this time, but usually running gun does work quite well. But look at him, Pokemonster. He's down to only 28 HP. I don't really know what he can make happen. Even a little spam is going to be enough for Pokemonster's life, and yep, it is.
Oh boy, oh boy. Pokemonster even lands a headshot, I think, on Chivix, but it was a phantom. So the phantom headshot curse continues. Like, a really strong start from Arrow. They take Shower's control, but Max, they have the right answer. You need to go for the B execute. It's just the satchels messed up a little. Allows for Darky to hold on for so long. And this strength of Arrow we keep mentioning. They have set roles. The Astra KJ is usually playing the anchor. The Silver Sky with Jivix on the Jet is usually the playmaker, but they do not have set areas where they keep making it happen. They keep switching it up, keep making the opponents guess, and it becomes so difficult for Maxi to actually make their own plan. They're continuously reacting to what Arrow is doing, and that's something you never want to be doing on the attacking side because it removes the only power you have being attackers, the ability to control the pace of the round. Arrow just taking it away from Maxi.
Definitely did kind of did mention they're just taking it away. And look at that now. Pretty much the Tiger got taken out. That means Trailblazer wasn't really able to gain a lot of info, but that's a great shot from Jivix. Wow. Across their repositioning, I really do like to see those kind of things happening. Coda with that incredible beaming off the spray. But unfortunately, he wasn't really able to get the third one, but it doesn't really matter. One single man is getting a lot of value from the side of Arrow. And yes, if you do have players like MSK, they will pretty much redeem themselves. I don't really know what's going on. No matter what no matter what Max D is trying to do, it's just not working out.
Yeah, exactly. 4-0 now for the lead for Team Arrow as Maxi just heavily faltering on their map of their choice. Musab not looking nearly as good as he looked on the Jet, and yeah, while the Raze is better on Bind, it's only better if you can actually find good value for your utility, especially after the nerfs. After the nerfs, every piece of utility you use needs to be perfect, and Musab is just not able to find the impact with that. Now Maxi trying to go back to comforts. They're trying to make the execute happen onto the B side. They've got the lockdown as well as the Seekers online. They're going to use the Seekers to push in and then likely try to play on the lockdown with the post plant, especially now with the Hunter's Fury coming out from the side of Prota. Doesn't find much utility. Will find
Oh my
a
God.
double tag right there, covering up for the mishap on the first two. Now gives his teammate the information. There's a couple players moving into was Elbow, and they make perfect usage of this. The comms on Arrow are just perfect.
Lockdowns being invested in this might be absolutely massive. Now the only thing they can do is probably take this lockdown out of existence, but that's not what they do. Instead, decide to back off, and I don't really like this approach being taken from Darky. Yes, I knew it. He will be punished.
Oh
Cosmic
my
Divide
God.
out as well. Oh no,
They can't do
being
anything.
stuck inside. They will have to commit.
They can't
But
do
they're also
anything.
not detained. And look at Arrow.
Oh my
Just
God.
like a thief in the night, just like the thieves in the night, just stealing those kills away easily, making it look so easy, light work.
There is literally no ideal response to that retake from Arrow, because once the Cosmic Divide comes down, since... Okay, let me break this down piece by piece. Because the lockdown went down so early, they did not have time to set up their post plants with the nano swarms. Because there are no nano swarms, once the Cosmic Divide comes down, you have no hope of playing the post plant because you have to peek into Team Arrow. And because the lockdown came down in perfect time, you don't have the angles to peek it anymore. Arrow just demolishing Team Max D, and it's not the demolishing we expect from the Pakistan Afghanistan. Tactically, Arrow just on another level right now, able to pick them out piece by piece, and just right now Giga Brain Max D completely, like, there is no response. Trans on his luck shut down as well. They know there's someone there. We're hoping they spam out that angle, but they don't, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, I actually do want them to kind of spam that angle out. You know, that would just be a little bit of salt on the injury from the side of Arrow. But definitely got to say, I mean, we are witnessing a massive change of pace from the side of Arrow. None of us expected them to actually shine this great inside the entire game. And out and over, they're just making the unexpected happen. Look at this kind of fast take being taken from their side. Friends, again, got to mention this again, that he has still created the flank angle for himself. The opening frag is already being found on the side of Arrow. Arrow getting another one. Oh no, Maxi slowly and steadily, they're just getting shut down. And they were also on an eco. Now, Criminal pretty much trading things out here and there, but look at Arrow, they're just getting so much value out of it. Even if the lads of Maxi are getting the plan happen, Arrow, one single lad is able to get so much value, and this is what they need to stop. If Maxi wants to make sure that they're at least able to get the round secured in their hand, they want to make sure the individual player from the side of Arrow, he's not really able to get a maximum value out of it.
And oh boy, the morale has to be in a very bad position for Maxi right now. This is the map pick of their choice. They chose to run the same composition again, only switching Musab onto the Raze, and the only change they've done has actually been so bad, because Musab, the real biggest plus point for them when he was playing the Jet was that he was able to continuously create space for them to move in, but he's not able to do that on the Raze whatsoever. Continuously getting shut down by gravity wells placed perfectly from MSK, the turret being a nuisance to his statues. Musab just not able to find any sort of room to maneuver, and again, Arrow staying one step ahead of the curve. Gonna switch up their defaults again, go back to the initial ones, put Jivix on the operator, did not need to dash, but that's okay, because his teammates are there. The Seeker should come out now, but instead just the guiding light raid. Godchild needs to back up, he's getting flashed now, and will be able to get out in time. Now Jivix gonna call for the backup from MSK, will be able to exit out from the TP, and they escape. They deny long control, they get that pick, and even though Trans has got hooker control, they know he's there, so they can just spam him out of there. Maxi get nothing out of that entire trade.
I don't really know if I like this. All of them are just approaching the hookah area.
Oh, no.
Especially, I feel like just if you do want that B take to happen, you need to make sure you also do have the long control, because just hookah control is not enough. You can always spam.
This is
Look at that
spamable.
lockdown. What's going on? Easily spammable as well. And yes, it is going to get spammed out. What's going on, Max B? Is this the first time you're playing this game? Oh no. That's kind of a rookie mistake being made from the side of Max D. And what they invested a lockdown into that into that side control, and I just don't. I don't want to say anything. I just don't.
I will say, like, I don't think that position is bad. I just think it's not ideal because it's not the free lockdown entry you get. If you're putting the lockdown there, you have to push immediately. Like, you cannot wait at all. You need to push so that you clear this under hookah angle, because if you clear this under hookah angle, then it can't be spammed out. But this basic flow of logic for Max D, non-existent, and Arrow just smurfing on them. Jivix will find another. Again, they switch up their defaults. Last time it was towards B long, this time towards showers. Where Max D want to go, Jivix comes up with a big boy sniper and just puts a bullet into their heads. I mean, body works to it as an operator, but holy moly, 7-0.
Oh my god. Okay, so I have one more kind of point to add about the previous round. I mean, yeah, right now it just doesn't really seem like one-handed domination. Or actually, let's just try to focus on this one, and then I'll try to break down what exactly happened in the last game as well. But look at these shock darts. It does seem like they're point on point. This is where Criminal now, he will have to make some solo plays happen. It's a 3-on-3 situation, but look at that. The lockdown is available on the defending side. That means he might just use it anytime. Now, this is where Max D will need to play the situation out a little safe. Dexter's position being compromised. He's also getting spammed. Prona's position being compromised as well. Pretty much Criminal holding that off angle. He's holding that peak angle, that sway angle. And oh my god, what? Prona, nah, you gotta be kidding me with that one, Prona. Just the way he reacted in the right nick of time and instantly deleted him out the game is the 2-on-2 situation now. And yes, as I did mention, he also does have the lockdown available. Utilizes the lockdown. Trans though, wait, hold on, Max D. Oh my god, pretty much just closing this round out again. I did not expect Max D to actually convert this into a win. But yeah, from back-to-back round, what exactly happened? So, as you did mention, it's not really a bad kind of placement off that lockdown coming in from the side of Max D, but you only do that lockdown placement when you do have that B-long control as well. If you don't really have that B-long control, why would you make that placement in the first place? Because you never know what's going on the long side, and they just made that placement like that. It just really seemed like it was a throw.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you have B-long control, you clear the under hookah angle easily, and you need to do that. But look at this, Max D, maybe the momentum is back. Trans has picked up one. Musab with the rocket in the face of Jivix will take him out, but Prota does find the trade. So now 4v3 on the map. The plant will go down, and it looks like Max D are online. A very aggressive execute leads them to now with the lamps control play on an easy post plant. Trans, though, once again playing in that pocket angle. This could be very risky, but he's making it work. Finds one. Will get traded out as Arrow look to take Lamps control back for themselves in quick fashion, though. Trans with a triple and Darky in no shape or form to find it.
God.
Max D pick up the round. Like, that was so damn quick. That's the sort of confidence I want to see.
Yeah, but is it really enough though? Because we're just seeing Trans kind of stepping up, and that's kind of an individual play being shown from the side of Trans. Imagine if Trans is being shut down early. They cannot really pop off as much as they're popping off right now, because Trans got a 4K in that previous round, which plays a massive role. He's having a massive impact, and now this is why they're also having a timeout in the game, because they do realize their team does seem kind of diffused for now by the side of Arrow, because Arrow is doing a great job shutting them down all the time. But now Arrow also needs to figure out that the strong suit for the side of enemy line, which is going to be Max D, it has to be Trans. And how can they shut down Trans? Trans is the man who plays B side. If they go on to B side and manage to take out Trans out of existence, that means Max D are looking pretty shaky again, and that's how they can pretty much stop the pace or stop the momentum that Max D is trying to build up.
Definitely. I think, having said that, though, I just like the fact that they go for an execute, because it brings back some control into their hands. And I think that's what is so important when you're playing Silver Sky, the idea of controlling the style of play itself. So if you go for an execute, it just means that despite Arrow taking control of a different part of the map, you can punish them on the side they are not, and therefore convert the round in your favor. Yes, definitely it requires a player to step up, but I feel like that's what they need right now, because even Trans, while he's having a decent game so far, that round was where he really popped off. So you need those players to be at their prime level, because irrespective of how much tacticality you bring in, without that confidence on the players, it's not actually going to work. Now Max D going back to their defaults. Trans playing on the B side lurk while they try to take Chavis control with just the initiators. I feel like this is a lot more about denying utility, because you can see Criminal, he's playing purely on an anti-flash angle. Peeks back at the wrong time though, so his position will be revealed, and Pokemonster coming back to back him up. But Max D, now they're gonna try to recontest this Chavis angle, re-aggress what Arrow has taken from them.
Shockdowns exchange coming out from both the sides. Pokemaster, though, this time pretty much faster to react, so he will be getting the shower control, instantly being rewarded. But instead, Max is like, okay, we don't really need that. And instead, they start to approach the short area. Now, if they're going towards the short area, I feel like shower control plays a massive role as well, but maybe they just have a new kind of strategy in their hands. Yep, instantly just flooding it out of sight. We also did see that Rage double satchel kind of approach being taken inside the game. Jivix now holding that angle, making sure no one's really overstepping their boundaries and pushing out of that smoke. Same thing goes with U-Haul. Jivix, this man is quite damaging on that operator, so you want to make sure you're getting rid of Jivix as fast as possible, because we've seen this man making some insane amount of plays happen on Vandal and overall Phantom, but if you give this man an operator in the hand as well, I'm pretty sure he can make a lot of things happen. Oh no, that's a great Hunter's Fury, but wasn't really able to convert it into a kill. He did manage to find himself those two kind of tags, and this is where Arrow is trying to convert those tags into kills.
Look at this though, Maxi is already ready with the post plans. Arrow gave them too much time, and despite Jivix finding the kill, the time is running out. Pokemonster even managed to heal Dexter across the short angle, and it will force MSK and Jivix back. They're trying to save the operator, but Max D pick up the round. Now 3 rounds, 1 back to back. If they can get 2 more, the half will look so much better from 7-0 to 7-5, especially given the fact that we do favor defense slightly more on bind. Especially with the raise for the side of Musab, like I would like to see these next 2 rounds go through, but it also does mean because of that 7-0, the eco was like heavily built off for Arrow, so they still have the buys going on despite losing 3 back-to-back rounds. But if they lose this again, it will go all down the drain. Arrow need to find some sort of switch on. I think they're trying to go back to their fundamentals, playing the Astra KJ on that pure anchor roll towards the A side. All of the utility focused on denying A shot while they make the aggressive push happen towards V long. But they're ready for this. Max D is expecting this, and they punish. Musab will find one, and Tran's ready for another. The operator is not picked up as well, meaning this B long push denied. Max D trying to now turn it around and go towards the A side.
This also means that operator is pretty much easily being handed over to them. And look at this, what's going on? I mean, Pokemaster already fighting an entrance inside the A side, but look at that, Judge being yielded by the Killjoy. Now this might just play a massive role, unless if no one really decides to go inside the U-Haul area, then the Judge will be pretty much useless, and the Killjoy will have to try and find out a new way to kind of make it work. But on the other hand, Arrow now trying their best to fight back. That's a great flash to suppress Darky out of his position. Another nade being utilized to force him out of his position as well. But we do see someone pushing in from the back lines. Darky's getting pushed from both these sides. And oh no, he will be taken out of the game. Criminal is the man who pretty much sealed the deal onto Darky. I feel like this should be another round in the hands of Maxi, because Godchild is down low. And we do see that Sova slowly and steadily working towards heaven. And yes, Godchild decides to save this time. And on the other hand, Proto is sent to deal as much as damage as possible, try and get as much as guns off of Max D's hands.
Yeah, Proto just trying to grab a couple of exit flags. Godchild will be just saving up. I don't think he's got the operator on him though, so I would like to see him go pick up that operator. But given the way he's jiggling, maybe he does. I'm not sure really. We will find out by the end of the round. And hey, for now though, Proto, okay, you will not. What? Okay, what? I'm not sure why Proto doesn't save there, but alright. Max D just win the round, and Arrow don't even save the operator, so a bit of a question mark throughout. And for Arrow, we need to see the adaptability. Like, even though they went for the B-long push, they only went as a 2-man squad, and they didn't really hard commit, because you can pop all of your flashes, or rather than pop a flash, even you can set up a trailblazer so you get info before you go in, or even use your seekers as you go in, because you need to expect Max D to start understanding your style of gameplay. But I feel like that's been the biggest difference. Max D with their backs against the wall, this semi-final is so much more important to them than it is to Arrow, because Arrow already have a wildcard spot. So Max D with their backs against the wall, they are fighting back, and they're looking like the team we expected of. So let's see if Arrow can do the same.
As you did mention, I mean, Arrow do have done themselves that wild card spot as well. So That's why Arrow kind of is playing a little freely there. That's why they do have a little bit more confidence. But still, I mean, why do you want to rely on a wildcard spot, right? If you can actually qualify straight inside, and this is what Arrow is trying to fight for as well. You know, you can also get those bragging rights inbound.
Wow.
And wow, that's great spam coming out from Proda. Oh no, Moostop is going to be so disappointed in himself just to walk inside like that through the Astro smoke. Wasn't really able to do that successfully, scanning the smoke out as well, making sure he's not really being pushed in. And Pokemaster, well, his position has been revealed now. He's pretty much stuck in that little corner, and he's found himself lockdown being invested, and instantly decided to teleport out of that situation. Pokemaster's position still being compromised. To keep this in mind, it's going to be pretty hard for him to actually make it out. But he does manage to make it out, but he's down to only 11 HP. He's the only man standing on the B side. Well, the A side plant will be happening soon, and yes, the plant has happened soon as well. Max D, though, they look quite bad. They look quite shaky here, because they're down low. Look at the sky as well from the side of Max D. She's down low. Godchild will work around it. Godchild will get inside. He'll find a kill out of Criminal. Well, it's just down to that one last man alive now. And Pokemaster's down low, but he still manages to get himself those 2Ks. What? How?
I really don't understand why they go for the teleport play. I understand the idea that you have Shovel's control, so you're trying to make that happen. But leaving this guy on the lurk, yes, Pokemonster does really well to pick up a kill. But because of the fact that most of Arrow is already concentrated in that area, and they have the hooker control push coming in on the flank, the Godchild on the Seekers gets them so much value because they're like, you know what, ignore Pokemonster, ignore the shovels, just hard push into sight, clear off shot and the spike area, smoke it out and defuse. We don't need to worry about shovels at all. Pokemonster did well to grab a 3K, but it did mean that they were not in the post-plant positions they wanted, and that's the entire point of a late rotate, so you can get better post-plant positions when you're already in a decent position in B-long on the site. When you have that lockdown that cannot be contested, I don't really know why the last minute decision was made, but it does mean Max D lose the momentum they had with the 4 rounds they won back to back, and Arrow get that momentum back for themselves. Now Max D going back to the default, we saw a lot from Arrow. This time it's going to be Dexter and the Sova in Criminal pushing through on the flank while Pokemonster goes back. But Trans, he's holding on to the A side with that. I love that turret, just getting full long range value in that pistol round, especially because it's so hard to take down. But Godchild with a nutty shot at Prota. Oh my god, Arrow, what are these players?
Through the smoke, that was a shot from hell. Gotta say that. Tracked him down in the void there. But now again, I mean, there's a massive void for Arrow as well to kind of fill, because they are looking on a man disadvantage. This means quite a lot in the game. Arrow now pretty much evening things out. It's going to be Godchild, the one to help to even things out there. He also does have a flash ready. That means he can make some individual plays happen without a doubt. But Arrow, they don't really have the spike control. That means they will need to go inside and create for some brave plays without a doubt. They will have to make those individual plays happen. That's a great thing on the Criminal. That will force him to play a little bit more safer angle, and that's what he does. He's playing off of Dexter now. Dexter is going to be the man to pretty much command him, Criminal, to pretty much play those risky angles. Well, position being compromised. Both of them have been revealed now. Only 17 seconds left in the clock. Still, they don't really have the spike control in the hand. We're going to be getting the spike control. And yes, I feel like for a default plant, it can be the main kind of thing you can pretty much go for. A fake TP being made from the side of Omen. But still, Proda does seem quite confident inside this entire approach. Oh my god, he might just go for a big brain play. He might just go inside the U-Hauls, but no, instead, decides to play this off in a good manner. Criminal still doesn't really know where to expect Proda. But what? He manages to clutch that round out. Max D, no!
Oh my god, it's gotta hurt.
This is giving me headache.
Hey, look, Maxi started off this round really well. Like, again, that turret positioning by Trans is something you rarely get to see in pro play, where in the pistol round, it's important to place your turret for the long range fights as compared to the corners where you usually place turrets after, because in pistol, it's so hard to take the turret down, and you can pull it back and get it in 20 seconds. But the fact is, Prota with the Giga Brain plays, they're not expecting that, like 0% expectation of him being on the side still. They're like, he has to be in U-Haul or he has to be in Shovel. They covered both angles, but he's like, surprise, picks them out and wins the round. But look at this, a force buy coming too from Max D. They're investing it all into this round. They've got a 1-for-1 so far, and they've trying to deny the Shovel's control, but right now all of Arrow pushing in, the guiding light coming out, but Jivix gets flashed himself, so they can't push in. Dexter is flash for longer, so and Godchild, it's duelist Godchild on. He finds one, the backup comes through from Jivix, and they've got a site in the bag. MSK will carry the spike through, and in a 4v2, this force buy from Maxi not gonna work out.
Look at the flank being shown from this side of Arrow as well. The Soa is on the flank, and I'm pretty sure none of the lads of Max D are going to be expecting that flank to come in through, and that's what exactly is happening. Musab does manage to get himself one, but yep, Proda on the flank, an absolute big brain play coming out from his side. What can Criminal make happen here? Because Proda is already holding down the defender spawn, and if Criminal pretty much decides to walk inside, that means that would be a little bit, actually more than a little bit problematic situation, because he will have to deal with two lads pretty much setting up a crossfire, pretty much setting up double peek angle for themselves. As soon as one player gets taken out, yep, the second player will be peeking out, but it doesn't really matter because Proda is going to be the one to close the deal.
10-4 now in the favor of Team Arrow. They're really starting to pick up the pace, and because of the fact that Max D actually went for the force buy in this round, Max D will not have a buy in the next. It will mean 11th round picked up for Arrow, and that buy round which will come after will be not just the map deciding round, but the series deciding round. Max D in a very sticky position. They need to give it their all, like potentially even pull out a thrifty. I want to see Pokemonster finding some nutty one-taps, but instead they're just heavy stacking this A side. Pokemonster just grabbing some info towards B. This stack might just work out because look at this. They've got Shovel's control and Godchild is walking into them. They should be able to take out Godchild and be able to pick up a gun and do exactly that. They get rewarded with the gun. The gamble for Max D paying off beautifully, but now the rotate coming through for Arrow.
Wow, that's a great play coming out as well. They did realize there's a heavy presence onto the A side. That means they should give them an easy side control. Hopefully they expect someone to be actually in the back line. So Sheriff, I mean, it's pretty much tough to make it work in the close lane. Sometimes it does quite well as well. But look at Proda. Oh my god, Arrow is just 2 steps ahead. No matter what Max D tries to do, they're getting easily compromised. They're getting easily kind of shut down by the lads of Arrow. Ooh. What? In a long-range battle, Spectre comes out and top in that fight. Oh my god, Moostop getting absolutely demolished. It's a 2-on-4 situation now. I feel like saving is probably the best choice or best bet you can take. But again, you can't really afford to give any more rounds away to the lads of Arrow, but also at the same time you don't have any other choice. You will have to give them away those rounds. And Maxi, well, just getting completely strolled on.
Exactly, 11-4 now in the favor of Team Arrow. There was an eco for Max D, so let's see. With this next round, they've got the buys. They've got a bit of a weapons advantage because still the Spectres carried over, like a double bonus really for Team Arrow. They need to make it work now because if they don't, it's over. It will be map and series point for Max D. It will be a like ultimate advantage because if you look across the table, like they've got the Sober Sky ultimate online, but in general, Darky not too far away and Jivix as well, especially considering the fact that they're able to use these ultimates proactively on the attack. Max, they need to make it count right here, right now. But Arrow are going to switch everything up. They're going to go not on their defaults, just on a pure execute. The Seekers coming out right after the drone to make sure they get knowledge of where the defenders are positioned. But Musab doing really well to deny them entry just yet. He holds on to the lamp's angle, and that means that Arrow cannot commit to A side just yet. They're going to have to find at least a small rotation towards Showers, gain control there, and then look for the execute, or maybe even go for the full rotate towards B.
The presence on the short is there. It is present. Look at Max D. I mean, Killjoy's already down low. Trans, he needs a little bit of heals there, but how are they going to make that happen? Sky does have the seekers available. That means when the lads of Arrow when they are inside the side, I'm pretty sure that's when the Seekers are going to be used to kind of reveal their position away. That's great recon to kind of force anyone out in the close. And again, whoa, just peeks inside, gets a kill, dashes back inside again. What's going on? They're just making it look so easy. Musa missing those shots. And VSC will have to pay the price for it. The 2-on-3 situation. Seekers are available. Keep this in mind. They can be game changer only if you use them in the right nick of time. That's a great shot from Close Monster. Kind of opening that front foot! Dexter! Oh my god, those are some incredible shots. He managed to kind of connect that straight transfer onto him. But gotta say that again, the same thing happening. They're relying heavily on those individual plays.
Yeah, no doubt. If Dexter doesn't pull out the second kill, then it's
Yeah.
over instantly for Max D. Because I think we'll see it on replay too. Like, the fact that they lose the side so easily really ends up hurting them because the plant is about to go down. Dexter does really well to deny the first kill, but that would have been digestible for Arrow because they would have just been able to replant. But taking out Godchild here makes all the difference. And Godchild, come on, you cannot wall bang with a Spectre. You just have to go for the white peak. Makes that crucial error and lets Max D back into the matchup. Gives them that momentum. We talked about how important that buy was. Max D winning that. They've got it. They've got the guns in the bag. But Godchild now on duelist mode. No flash is just instantly peeking. Catches one out. Runs, is able to trade out Jivix. Maintain that alarm bot there. But still, Shower's control taken initially for Godchild will mean that the ult up was picked up. And now with this A-shot control, they're going to set up their Hunter's Fury as they try to push in. They know where Trans is. They're trying to take him out, but instead he just sacked his own teammate. Oh no.
Oh no, unfortunately dealing damage on his own teammate.
Lockdown?
But look at this, Darky also, yes, he does have to lock down in as well, but I feel like waiting it out for a little bit more would be a mature decision. We can ask for, and this is what he's exactly doing. He's still holding on to the lockdown. Now finally we do see that lockdown being utilized. This is where he can find the maximum, and now amount of value, oh my god, sometimes English is a tough language, gotta say that, but yeah, we do have the recons ready onto the bathrooms area that will pretty much reveal a lot of info there. Now the recon unfortunately wasn't really able to get a lot of info. That means they probably do expect that there's no one in the bathrooms area. A few shots being rattled off, but look at that Arrow and Proda. I mean MSK and Proda, and then again Darky. Pretty much well distributed amount of kills there.
That lockdown just broke chances of Max D because all three of them stacking up that heaven. One tiny peek from Lamps reveals that, and you can see instantly Arrow relax because they're like, oh, they're all coming from heaven. Okay, cool. We just hold on. When they peek, we swing together and we just instantly win. They hear it coming out. MSK wins this. Prota gets one from the showers, and you can see Godchild, he's just backing up, letting Criminal come to him. Knows that he needs to play for time to pick up the round, pick up map and series point as Arrow look to set themselves into the finals again. Max D trying to make some proactive move. Musab with the showstopper finds one, but Darky with the instant trade out. It's Pokemonster and Musab though finding one each, and now suddenly, even though it's an eco, it's a 4v2 situation and a lot of guns dropped. But look at this, Godchild on the ultimate flank in here. Not expecting Max D to be there. It's really weird saying the attackers flanking the defenders, but that's what is happening.
Pretty much an unexpected move from the side of defenders as well. No one expected this, but there's still in hope. Now that flash did reveal a lot of info. That means Godchild is going to be pretty much backing off, and yes, the footsteps have been given away. Omen will work around it. The spike plan, I expected it to be there without any trouble, but it's quite an interesting plan as well. Look, now he's pretty much going to be rotating all the way to Heaven's side. Yes, you have something to say.
Yeah, I was going to say he needs to use the Seekers early, because if he uses it late, then his position will be revealed. Because he uses it early, now they have no idea where he is, and they know exactly where they are.
As you did mention, he utilizes early, and now that means his position still has been compromised. Well, now it definitely has been compromised. That's a great flash, and this is where he's going to be repositioning himself. I feel like he can also go for the Heaven angle, but he just hit out a little close. And Pokemonster, well, a flick on Godchild's head, it will pretty much like get the child back to sleep.
He played that really well, but did not need to play the Lamps angle after. Once you've known that they're coming from A short, what you need to do is go back to CT, and because of that plant, you can play both defender side spawn and heaven. So what you do once you've got the Seekers on, you go to defender side spawn, let them waste their time clearing out every single angle. They have to clear out lamps, they have to worry about showers, and then when you hear the diffuse, you pop one guiding light, go for a jiggle, but you don't actually go for the full peak, because then if you see that they're not actually on the spike, you can go for the full rotate onto heaven, pop another guiding light and secure the round. The time was what Godchild needed to play for, but didn't happen. It was a good first move, but didn't pull it all the way through, and Max D able to pull back around for them. Now Arrow trying to take back control into their hands. The biggest reason Max D won that was because of the proactive push. So Arrow just trying to deny it this time, going for their own execute. They've taken Hookah, they have Long. Pokemonster trying to deny, but a 1-for-1 trade is worth it for Arrow, because now they got Long and Hookah, and they're gonna execute.
They do have that Long and Hook, as you did mention, and they're pretty much going to be executing it inside as well. Straight up dashing in the side, in the middle of the side. That Blaze Storm, of course, it will be making it work. Hunter's Fury out to deny any kind of plant. He will be finding that kill. Yes, he does. Oh no, just in the
It's
nick, he finds that kill. Look at that Proda striking in, taking Musa about the game. It's down to a 2-on-4 situation. They still do have lockdown available, and yes, he doesn't have any other choice rather than utilizing it, and that's what he does. Now finally, we do see those desperate moves coming out from both these sides, and yes, well, desperate moves sometimes. I mean, desperate, they do work out. Gotta say, I'm left completely speechless the way Arrow dominated the lads of Max D. None of us expected this. None of us.
Yep. I mean, even if a win had to come through, I don't think anybody expected this demolishing sort of win where the only rounds that Maxi was actually able to pull back was when they were making just nutty shots happen, nutty plays happen, but Arrow just thought tactically dominant, always a step ahead. They pick up the win in semifinals too, set their date this time with Team Exploit Storm looking to make the second final in a row count for them and secure their spot in the VCC playoffs. But Arrow definitely are that top tier team, which means the finals is going to be so exciting. But Max D, I think a little disappointing. I think they still have a shot because of the fact that with the entire the way the wildcard works out, if they win the third place matchup, then and if Arrow actually lose the finals, then Arrow will get the wildcard from Q1 and the third place from Q2 will get the wildcard. So maybe, but it's no longer in their hands, no longer in their control. It depends on how the finals goes.
Yeah, as you did mention, it really just depends on how the final do go there. But Arrow, I mean, the way they've won, I feel like without a doubt, Team Exploit is going to be having a tough time against Arrow. I mean, they have came in prepared like warriors. They have came in like soldiers, and they're ready for war in the finals. And I'm expecting them to be pretty much well prepared on how Team Exploit played because I feel like Team Exploit did reveal quite a lot of intentions in those previous semifinals as well. So maybe they can go and try to review those game plays out against Salt as well. At the same time, now what exactly happened in the previous time, try and figure out what kind of curveballs were being thrown from the side of Exploit. And pretty much in the finals, you can be well prepared against the lads of Exploit. But yeah, getting my head back into this game. Look, CA, I have a question lined up for you. What do you think what's left by the lads of Maxi, and what can they do to actually come back stronger in the future?
An identity. Like it's just straight up that. Like when you play with the Silver Sky composition, you have to have an identity. You've got to have a style. You just can't keep reacting. You can't keep mimicking what the opposition is doing because if you're gonna do that, just play double duelist. Like it favors your style a lot more. It gives the players a lot more agency. Like you saw players like Trans. Even there were moments where players like Musab were playing extremely well, but the backup wasn't there. They're playing solo. Even Dexter, for example, if you have the double duelist and you are playing solo, you have a lot more room to maneuver. But if you're gonna play the Silver Sky, you need that tactical advantage, and that will only come through on the basis of identity because it's not even that they don't have the ideas, right? Because they kept making the right first moves, they just don't have the follow-up.
Yeah, as you did mention, it just seemed like whenever they're entering inside the site, it just seemed like they were just head first into the wall, right? It really did seem like that, just head first into the wall, and they just left it on to luck. Whatever happens, okay, now luck will decide whatever happens onto the side. Instead, if they had a little bit of more synchronized gameplay, instead they had a little bit of more communication within themselves, I feel like things could have been way much more different. They could have played off on trade. And yeah, one more massive thing I witnessed, I'm pretty sure you witnessed as well. Not a lot of trades were happening from the side of Max T. Main reason for that? Do you have any points to add?
It's the same thing, right? Like the idea that they're all playing so separate on their own intentions. They're not on the same page. And it's because of that they're not actually able to get the trades, especially with the Silver Sky. Like you always need to be ready for that, especially when the opposition is playing the same composition. They are ready for that. The number of trades that Arrow were able to pull off that they weren't supposed to was just nuts, and continuously it gave them advantages in rounds that we were so sure that Max D would be able to pull off. Arrow got it because of their positioning and comms every single time. Like something as small as, hey, I'll use my ultimate for this, or I'll use my utility for this. You keep it for the future where we might need it to react to what Max D do. This basic thing is what Arrow were able to just elevate and make sure they use it to perform on another level. I think looking at the match stats, like I'm really glad to see Protagonist on the top because I was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to display the same impact on the Sova because he was such a good Sky, but he's just showing that certainly the protagonist of Team Arrow of this story as they try to make it to VCC playoffs is this player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a protagonist single-handedly has to be one of the best flexible players out there. and
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like he deserves a lot of attention because, in general, how like he can make a lot of individual plays happen, and at the same time, he's really good when it comes to supporting his teammates, when it comes to communication, and this is what I'm really saying. Arrow seemed really on point. They seemed in sync. The communications are on point, and we also did see we were saying this over and over again. This is not the Arrow we saw in the qualifiers one, and I'm pretty
Oh, yeah.
sure Maxi as well. That's why they got caught off guard. They did not expect such a well synchronized Arrow because they did not see the same Arrow in the qualifier one as well. And as you do know, that one single player coming in just changes so many things.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, even though Maxi tried their best, Arrow, as you said, it was just not the team that we saw in Qualifiers 1. Like, even in general, looking back to Qualifiers 1, right, Arrow had to face off against Namak Boys, which was considerably easier than Maxi
Yeah.
were, but they did not demolish Namak Boys as much as they demolished Maxi. So, the fact that they demolish a better team in a more triumphant manner, damn, Exploit Storm, if you're watching this, you gotta be scared.
Yeah, you definitely got to be scared to exploit, and you have a lot of work tonight. I mean, one thing I can definitely tell is that King this time, though, is not really going to be having a good night's sleep because he will have to work quite a lot for himself to
Yeah.
at least, well, have a dominating performance against him. But Protagonist, I mean, the MVP of Best of 3, without a doubt, on both team maps, this man played that Sova. And as you did mention, he was expecting him to play that Sky, but instead he came on top with that Sova. And I feel like he did have those lineups kind of packed in. He was doing a great job with those shock darts as well. And all the time, you gotta also give the props to the Killjoys. The lockdowns were being utilized pretty well all the time. A lot of thinking was being done behind it. And yeah, again, I mean, there's nothing much to say, right? Just a well synchronized gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see on the top 5 players, 2 players from this side of Exploit Storm, King and Shoot, are gonna make it, but Protagonist and Darky is what I have my eye on, because as you mentioned, not only did Protagonist play phenomenally, but Darky on the Killjoy was so key to his team's success, because every single time Protagonist, Gotchard and Jivix wanted to make an aggressive push happen, it was Darky giving them the calm that, hey, you guys, you can do whatever you want on that side, don't you worry about here, I got it covered. And he certainly did. The turret kills he was able to get, the damage he was able to do with the nano swarm, and then the lockdowns, as you mentioned, just not only perfectly placed but perfectly communicated. I think that's the hardest part to do as a Killjoy. Understand when you need to open your mouth and say, well, hold on, I've got this, we need to do this. And that was perfectly coordinated, especially in that Killjoy lockdown with the Astro Wall retake that we saw. I think that has to be just pure comms, the lockdown coming down, and then like there's no nanoswarms here, just put out the divide and we win the round. But hey, it was Arrow getting the win against Max D Necro. So 2-0 for both, but I think tomorrow will go to 5 maps.
Yeah, but do you have any more? Okay, you know what? I'm just directly gonna come here. Which team do you think is gonna win tomorrow? Tell me, man. I'm gonna put you right on the spot there. Tell me which team's gonna be winning here. I want to know it. I want to know it.
Alright, so I won't tell exactly which team is going to win right now, but I'll lay out where I think which team has advantages. So for me, Arrow have clearly demonstrated that they're tactically superior, given only today's level of display. But what team for the side of Team Exploit have in the bag is what I also relied on in the last finals where I got the prediction wrong, was the idea that they haven't shown everything yet. So maybe Exploit Storm have something new planned. What do you think?
They do have something new planned, but yeah, you know what? We will only be able to find that new plan tomorrow, right, CA?
Absolutely. That's the end of the semifinals for today, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with the finals. Make sure you subscribe, get that notification bell on, because while today was kind of dominating by both the winning teams, it's going to be a clash of titans tomorrow. You don't want to miss that. We'll see you there. This is bye-bye from CA and Necro.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.